We look forward to spending today with you for a groundbreaking program showcasing today's most exciting creators to the best brands in the world. Before we begin, a special thank you to our title partner, Walmart Creator, and our supporting partners, TikTok and Whaler Group. And now, please welcome Stephen Bertoni, Associate Managing Editor, Founders, Forbes.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Steve Bertoni for Forbes, and welcome to Forbes Upfronts. Everyone, come on, move it to the front. Everyone stand in the back. Let's get it all cozy here. You want to get front row seats. This is really good. So welcome back. We have an incredible day of panels, of more of those terrific upfront presentations. We got breakouts. Don't forget all the amazing interactive stuff. And then we're ending the day with a special chat with Khaby Lame, the #1 followed person on TikTok. He never talks, but guess what? He's talking for everyone today. So this is going to be like a big, big deal. Who was here? Quick show of hands. Who was here yesterday? All right, so you guys know what you're in for. This is very exciting. Who's here for the first time today? Oh, I'm so jealous. You get to experience this for the first time. So this is going to be really special. So we have a full day. We're really excited. Again, we want you to create. We want you to create content, create friendships, create partnerships. We have an incredible day here at Forbes. So thank you so much, and let's get the show started. Thank you.
And now, we're excited to bring
Hello,
you
everyone.
today's first creator.
My journey took me from comedy in high school, nursing in college, and now content creation. So my big break came when I impersonated my Nigerian mom, which went viral overnight. And from there, I've worked with brands like Coca-Cola, where I did a partnership with my friend Elsa Majimbo. I've worked with Dove, and I've also worked with Denny's, where I had a nationwide menu item. My Nigerian Mom series on TikTok has 9 videos, and overall, 12 million views, 12 million. The most impactful moment of my career was creating a video for the End SARS movement, which raised awareness about police brutality in Nigeria and was even featured on The Daily Show with Trevor Noah. As a content creator, I've grown my following to 1.6 million followers on TikTok, 215,000 followers on Instagram within a span of 2 years. My top audience locations are New York, Houston, and Lagos. My content connects the global network of Africans in the diaspora, so you could call me Mrs. Worldwide, which is why a lot of my followers span over the US and the UK. I've been recognized as TikTok Trailblazer in 2022 and as Black TikTok Ambassador in 2023. And I was also a part of Meta's We the Culture program. I'm also proud to work with the Academy as one of the influencers for the Oscars for the past couple of years. And this work has inspired me to start a podcast, reviewing films and streamlining my cinema content. Giving back is very important to me, so I do pro bono work with Operation Happy Nurse and work with Baby to Baby to support families in need. Through it all, my mission is to spread joy and positivity, using content and comedy with purpose.
And now, please welcome Grace Amaku, actress, comedian, and content creator, and interviewer Alexandra York, Associate Editor, Forbes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here for day 2 of the Upfronts. Grace, thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. It's early, y'all awake. What's good?
She told me backstage she's bringing the energy. She's waking everyone up, so that's what we're doing here.
Absolutely.
Grace, so they just watched your sizzle reel. I want to know, what about that first video of you impersonating your mom do you think really took off with audiences? Why were they so attracted to you?
I mean, everybody loves a good African accent. Everybody loves a good African personality because we have that joy, we have that energy. And I find a lot of times, because I also worked as a nurse, people find like a nurturing capability to that accent. So when people saw it along and in tandem with the trend that was going on during the time, so it was one of Megan Thee Stallion's songs, and you know Megan Thee Stallion, she always turn it up, you know what I'm saying? So that video in tandem with the trend, it was perfect. So everybody loved it. They were laughing, they were sharing it on WhatsApp. My aunties were sending it back to me. I said, hey, wow.
What does your mom think of it?
My mom, she's like, is that how you see me? Is that how, when you look at me, is that how? And that's actually a soft version. That's a soft version that I have online. It's sweeter. It's sweeter.
So you are an expert in the comedy space for sure, but you also talk about some serious topics and just the many facets of life. How do you go about finding the balance between something that might be more sensitive versus something that's just funny?
Well, I'm like a woke comedian, I guess. Like I feel like there's comedians that see content as like whatever I create is funny, it can't be offensive. Child, things are offensive if they are offensive, period. So I find my content to be more positive. I tend to stay on the more like joyful side of things. And I think also my upbringing, a lot of Africans, they have pastors as their parents. So I'm one of them. And yeah, I just tend to stay on the positive side of things.
Definitely. Have you had, because I know that you focus on different series as well as like one-off videos. Where do you get your ideas for this content, especially when there's a series? How do you know that something's going to be taking off enough to like do it time after time?
I allow myself to explore within the space. So like I do lifestyle, I do fitness, I dance, I act, I do a lot. And I know a lot of times people tell multi-hyphenates to like stay in one lane. And I do a little bit of both. So I focus on comedy as like my headliner because that's what I'm the most passionate about. But allowing myself to do different fields and go into different industries allows my audience, which is mostly the African diaspora, to connect in ways that you wouldn't see before and expose them to things that you wouldn't see if you were just primarily a creator in one league. So yeah, I like it. It's like a little balancing act.
You mentioned too that you have a very global audience.
Yes.
How old are they? What is the demographic really in the people that are watching your content?
So yes, I'm a girl's girl, so you're gonna see a lot more women on my side. About 65% of women between the ages of 25 and 35. So we all going through it right now. We figuring out our 20s, and it shows. It shows the content it allows for the diversity of content as well. And I feel like a lot of times people see me as like their big sister, and that really blesses me because I would love to be everyone's big sister.
Yeah, no, I love that. In terms of diversifying content, you also are launching a podcast, or you ventured into the podcast space.
Yes.
Can you walk me through that decision? Why did you want to expand into that audio realm?
Absolutely. So about 2 years ago, the Oscars reached out to me and they were like, we really want to reach your audience. And since then, I've been posting more around the movie space and more around the acting space. I actually booked my first acting job this year.
Ooh, congrats.
So keep your eyes out for that. The star is Arsema Thomas from Bridgerton, and I play her best friend. So I wanted a podcast that can streamline that content because I have so much of it.
Yeah,
So
100%.
it's
What
coming
is
out.
next for you? We only have 30 seconds left. You are venturing into the acting space. What else is next? What are some predictions you have for like how you're gonna tap into the social media landscape moving forward?
Okay, big questions, small time. So basically, I'm going to continue moving forward, but being a lot more strategic in branding myself as a multi-hyphenate because I think before I was really scared of branching out, but I feel there is power in the multi-hyphenate. And I'm gonna find it, child. So, yeah. And I also have a shea butter brand with my mom. So we're gonna keep marketing that. We're going through a relaunch right now, so.
Awesome, well, we can't wait to see. Thank you so much for joining me up here.
Thank you so much, Alexandra.
When I was a baby, my dad sawed me in half.
Who's your dad?
And my dad's Justin Wong.
What does he do?
He used to be a magician.
I'm so excited for this. You know the most amazing magician. Shut the front door. Please welcome Justin Flom.
Justin Flom. The most dangerous magic actor I've ever seen in my life.
Pastor, you're a joke, man. That's ridiculous. The world's best.
But now he does Zoe videos.
Do you just want me to
ladies and gentlemen, welcome. He's always destroying the house, but for really funny videos that I love. There's a foam pit, there's a trap door, secret passageway, and Daddy built like this thing that comes out. And he also built a ballet, but like a lot of things in our house. He built snakes in the wall, a fire pole, and he knocks things down a lot. And he goes crazy in the house. Crazy. He does spray paint art with me and my sister sometimes. It goes like, and I'm like,
What's up? I'm Dad, Justin Flom, and it's been a crazy journey from magician on giant stages and on TV to silly video maker on your phone. And now I'm even in stores with a product inspired by all the paintings and stuff online so that kids can do stencil art just like me. So yeah, it's the most fun to get to be a video maker. And Dad, you want to say hi? What is that? Where'd you get that cookie? Where did you get that cookie? Where did you get the cookie? Give me the cookie. Oh, where are you?
And now, joining Alex in conversation, please welcome Justin Flom, creator, magician, and algo hacker.
Hello, Justin.
How's it going? This is so fun, serendipitous, because the product is out in Walmart, and we're here with Walmart today.
Love it.
It happened today, so.
Well, thank you so much for joining. Thank you for bringing this gift for us.
Yes.
We're going to talk about this for sure, but I first want to ask, you have fire poles in your house, snakes coming out of the walls, art.
Yes, I did lose my homeowner's insurance.
What's your favorite addition that you've made?
I think the foam pit is the one that's been the most popular. It was the biggest video where it's done several 100 million views in different iterations on different platforms. And that one's the craziest one where people are like, you did what? Yeah, I removed the floor from 2 rooms on top of each other and put in a foam pit. And that's the one my girls are in all the time because it tires them out right before bedtime. So it's the best. It's the coolest way to make a living, that this is my job, to come up with interesting ideas for the swipe feed. And that really is the job right now.
I love that. What does a day in your life look like right now?
So every day is different. That's why it's so creatively fulfilling. Like you saw in the video, I used to be a magician, and that meant taking my show, traveling around the world, and doing the same show in a different place every night. Now, I have a different thing to do every single day, and you never know what it's going to be. So when I fly home to Las Vegas today, we've got a duct tape hammock that's 10 feet in the ceiling that I will be falling through into a new foam pit, and that's today. And then tomorrow we'll finish this Dr. Pepper secret passageway, and the day after that is building a climbing wall out of a lumber yard from Lowe's. It's always different. But the main thing is always true, which is what's the opening shot that can stop the swipe in the feed? Because other creators have an audience, and I think what's so interesting about me is I'm very unique in that I have 1 billion views a month, and nobody knows who I am. I'm not famous, nobody knows my name, and yet I was beating Mr. Beast in views several months of the last year. How did that happen? Well, it's swipe feed versus destination feed. YouTube main, destination, where people go to hang out for 20 minutes in a video, as opposed to this swipe feed where watch time is king. And if I can just stop that swipe, grab people's attention with a crazy opening shot, and keep their attention for 1 minute on YouTube, 90 seconds on Instagram, then all of a sudden I can be at the top of the news feed with, last week we had a video do 300 million views on Instagram in just a couple of days. And it's just bonkers, the views that is, and that it's all kind of anonymous.
Right.
It happens where you don't need to be famous to communicate really cool ideas to the public.
How does that then impact the way that you are working with brands? What does the creative process look like when you might have an idea or a brand comes to you that they want to work with you on something? What does that look like in terms of then putting that into something that catches people's eyes?
Yes, well, there's 2 kinds of brand partnerships. One is like with Walmart putting out this Flow Magic stencil kit. This is based off of the 10 billion views I've got in stencil art. And the public was just saying in the comment section, where do we get stencils like this? How do we do it? So I made the product, and now it launched today. Very exciting. But other times a brand will come to me and they say, hey, we want to do something that focuses in on our new reward program in our store. And then I'll come up with an idea that doesn't have anything to do with my celebrity or endorsement. Instead, it's what would get the most eyeballs and engagement in the feed. So I actually just did one for a company that I will announce when it's all done. It'll probably be done at the end of the week. And that was building a mini store of this brand in my house as a playroom. And all of it is not based on, ooh, people care about what Justin Flom says and they want to go where I say they should go. No, but I do have the ability to stop the swipe, catch people's attention, and deliver a cool payoff of, like, you know, magic. I'm not a magician anymore, but magic informs all of my decisions because it's the magical thinking that allows me to have cool installations in the house, that secret passageways and fire poles and crazy dangerous stuff that people go, I can't believe that he really has that. And the main thing people ask is that really your house?
And it is.
It really is my house. That's really my house, and it's really where we live.
With our 30 seconds or so left, I just want to ask you, a lot of your content focuses on something that kids might enjoy, something like this. Your daughter is involved in these things,
yes.
But parents have to be the ones to buy these things. So how do you go about building content for one audience that really allows a totally different audience to be the paying customer?
I want the family to be able to watch the content together. I want the kid to swipe up and see it and go, Dad, look at this. And as people have come up to me on the street, it does sound like that's the way that my content is being enjoyed. It's kids on the feed, which is why it's now family-friendly content. And parents can watch it and go, yeah, I think that is something cool we could all do. And it is a DIY type family thing. I try not to do things that would be too crazy for, like, everything I do is possible if you're willing to, remove your floor and put in a foam pit.
Simple as pie. Well, thank you so much, Justin, for joining me. This is awesome to chat with you.
Hi, I'm Jesus Garcia, or more commonly known as Mr. Chewy. I'm Mama Chewy. I'm Papa Chewy. Look at my back. Hey! Yo soy Abuelo Chewy. Ay, yo soy Abuela Chewy. Gracias al Señor. She's just a little shy. But I do family-friendly comedy videos on every platform imaginable. This is my life. I mean, I've been doing videos since...
Hi, I'm Chuyito. I'm a chichon, because I'm fat.
Yeah, let's not go that far. Or this close. But who remembers Vine?
You trying to get some tacos?
Bro, you know I'm 500 miles away.
I'll pay.
It's so worth it. I grew up on social media. No, I mean literally. You can see I've been skinny Chewy. Oh, ¿me puedes comprar esto? Oh, para atrás. Big Chewy. Skinny Chewy again. Braces Chewy.
You okay?
I think I broke a bracket. College graduate Chewy. I just wanted to say that. Yeah. Gracias. But even my brothers too. I mean, they were tiny.
You stop! You stop!
And now they're so grown up.
It is time.
One of them is in college, and the other one in high school. Ay, cómo pasa tiempo. Woo, sorry, I turn like my mom sometimes. We've had the privilege to work with many brands. The minor game, and finally found one because Ticketmaster was hosting a watch party here.
First or sour.
No! And Hyundai Ioniq 5 had a great partnership with Pizza Hut. They even made me a custom suit. Last season, I partnered with Major League Baseball, and we went to many parks. Here's the Red Sox, danced with the Philly Fanatic, a whole food tour with the Toronto Blue Jays, and this season, I partnered with my home team, the San Francisco Giants. And because our content is family friendly, we were able to get the younger audience on YouTube and the older audience on Facebook. Right, Grandpa? Right, Grandma? Ay, sí, hijo, gracias al Señor. She's really religious. Well, this is me. I mean, this is us.
And And now, please welcome Jesus Garcia, also known as Mr. Chewy, creator and actor.
Hello, Jesus. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Of course. First of all, we just have to say R.I.P. Vine.
R.I.P. Vine, yeah.
It was such a moment in social media history. What has been the biggest change, do you think, over the past, couple of years of you being on these many platforms? What's been the biggest change in the industry?
And I mean, for me, Vine was 6 seconds, and then it went to 15 seconds, and then it went up to 3 minutes, so I had to change my content in many different ways, and right now, I was able to find this perfect sweet spot where I'll make a 3-minute content, and I'm able to put that down to 1 minute or 30 seconds for other platforms, so it could hit all the audiences.
And is that your process right now? You're kind of creating one, big pile of content and then splitting it up in those different ways?
Yeah, so I try to do multiple types of content. So for those longer ones, I like to cut them up, but those take a lot of time. So I also like to do other types where it's just focusing on 30 seconds or 45 seconds.
What is the best performing content for you today?
The best performing content, I'd say is really what's relatable to the audiences. I really like to make relatable comedy because I'm able to show that us Latinos can relate to everybody really, and doing it relatable, my content can easily be shareable between an 8-year-old and his grandma. And that's how I was able to tackle all these types of audiences. Like on Facebook, I was able to get the older audience, and on YouTube, I'm able to get the younger audience. And I always hear how they watch it together as a family. So, I think just relatable content and just what happens in a Latino household.
Yeah, I love that. When you first started creating content, what was your goal with it? Was it to create content for families? Was it to be a comedian? What did you want to set out to do?
So, I started back in 2009. I was 11 years old. That's when nothing was out, just YouTube. And I was just doing it to have fun. I only had one sibling at that time, and my family would watch the videos. And once I hit high school, that's when I started to work with brand promotions, and I started to realize that this was very new and it can work out. So when I hit college, I started to just continue doing Vines, and then Instagram got video out. So just hammering out a bunch of videos during college, and I graduated, got my bachelor's, and I put it in the drawer and I closed it, and I just continued doing this.
Yeah, never looked at it again.
Never looked at it. Gotta dust it off sometimes.
What has that process been like to start working with brands and to really turn this into something that might be a hobby, something you're doing for fun, into a full-fledged business for yourself?
So I've worked with brands for a long time. I worked with many brands already over the past few years. Actually, we're talking to some in the morning. They hit my line, but I was able to find their target goal. So a lot of times they want to target the Latino audience. So we're able to find a perfect balance between comedy and their brand messaging. And depending on the target audience as well, in terms of age group or men or women, we tend to find the platform for that too. So then me and my team will strategize everything with their goals, key messaging, and just make this comedy that, for me, is very important, that it's funny and it's relatable, because when people see my content, it has to kind of connect with their lives too. And that's how I like to integrate the promotion as well.
I love that. Has there been an example of a partnership that you've worked on that has been extremely successful in your eyes?
Extremely successful. There was one where they wanted a YouTube video, and also they wanted it shorter for Instagram and TikTok. So we were able to find this perfect balance between making it a hilarious long form video, but then also condensing it and putting it on other social, Instagram and Facebook Reels as well. And it did really well. The client was happy. Another fun one was last year. As you see, I partnered with MLB. We were able to also partner with their brand partners, and we worked with Booking.com, and we worked with Adobe and Nike, and it was really successful, especially because a lot of my audiences are Latino, and they see that we are you know, in the picture. So it was really good and great.
Yeah, sharing your community with the many other communities that these brands are building.
Absolutely.
My last question for you, what is the one thing that you think sets you apart from the many, many other comedy creators on social media today?
So because I've been doing it for so long, a lot of these new, or not new, but like other successful creators, they grew up watching my videos. And every time they talk to me, they always tell me how, you know, you're the OG. And I'm just like, relax, dude, you know.
Oh, I love it.
And it makes me feel like a grandpa. I feel old, you know.
But you're leading the way.
Yeah. They keep saying I'm like the leader in this space, which I don't even understand what that really means. But I just love to do what I do because it's fun. And I've never done it for, you know, for a career. I've done it just to make my family laugh and anyone else that enjoys comedy.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for joining us
Absolutely.
today.
If you're a fan of TikTok, then you've probably come across this unapologetically hilarious duo, Ling and Lam. Their videos center around Ling constantly pranking her Nigerian husband, Lam, with their culture differences making you love them even more.
Our next guests are a Nigerian-American couple whose hilarious cultural journey went viral and brought them over 7 million followers on social media. Their funny and relatable content has captivated audiences, my wife and I included, and their videos have been viewed almost 2 billion times. Please welcome social media superstars, Ling and Lam.
Clean up? Is it cleaning? You are going to work for the money.
Walmart find 1, Lamb 0.
I was about to say, if the ice cream does not come out as this picture.
Oh my gosh, lick.
Stand up for the champion. I'm the champion, you're just standing there.
Is it going to be a hit?
Or a miss.
Or a miss?
India has done me well. India has done me well.
This is not hoop. This is hula hoop. If you look like that thing those women wear and they are spinning around.
Oh my God. Oh, barbecue mayonnaise sauce.
Yeah.
Man.
Ma'am, I'm hungry. I'm glad you got this big of a size.
Book your fish, book your fish.
Creator program, sign up here.
I am here.
Oh, guys.
Yes.
We are so excited to be going live with Coca-Cola Zero Sugar.
Yes.
Thanks to K Jewelers for sponsoring this portion of today's video. Pull it up. I am diving into my Aveda. So I wanted to bring your boy to a great place to celebrate.
Ling is going out with her friends, okay? But she will never leave the house without a deodorant, so I took her secret.
Relax. Okay, fine. It was me.
It was you. Mark, I'm so sorry to call you. It's Ling that put my picture in a frame in Home Goods. Mark, you shouldn't be laughing. This is...
And now, please welcome Ling and Lam, lifestyle creators.
Hello, guys. Welcome.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
And thank you for sharing your sizzle reel. I want to know, have pranks and this, like, you know, bit that you guys are putting online always been part of your relationship?
Always. Like from day one, I was just like, this is too good. Pulled out the camera, and we've been doing it even till now.
Yeah. How did you guys decide that this would be good content to, you know, maybe a lot of times you might be doing something with, you know, your partner and you think it's like funny between the two of you, but like this has attracted a very wide audience. Why did you know that that would happen?
Sincerely, we don't know what might attract people, you know, but we just share our experience. We share what we feel is right to us, and we just see how people resonate with it. The audience always has the final say. So our content is everyday life, everyday experience, and they are relatable to everyone that is watching it. So we just go with the flow.
Yeah. That was going to be one of my questions for you guys, especially in something like comedy with, and you know, obviously on social media, customer feedback in a sense, or viewer feedback can be a huge part of growing. How much do you take that into consideration? How does that impact what you're creating next?
I think, you know, when people say, hey, we want to see you guys like try this or try that, we'll be like, oh, okay, let's take it and like maybe work it into like another skit or something fun like that. But like then I would say the negative ones, we're just kind of like, oh, okay. We'll block that out of our head because like we always say to ourselves, as long as we think it's funny and good content and releasing it to the world, like we're good with it.
What type of content are you guys really attracted to right now, both to create but also to watch as consumers that might be inspiring you?
Again, like I said, everyday content because we're very family oriented, we're a couple, and just anything to bring more hope, sunlight, happiness, joy into the universe. Those are the kind of contents that we are
just
attracted
want to make people laugh.
We just want to make people laugh. The world is already tough already, so for us, it's like people literally send us emails, messages, just telling us, man, thank you guys, you made my day better. Like, for us, that is what it's all about.
Was there one video that got either like a lot of reactions like that or just really skyrocketed your guys, like, you know, people recognizing you online?
Yes, I think the big earring prank that I did on him. I wore these hoop earrings that were literally this big and got a real good reaction from him. So when we go out now, it's like, oh my God, big earring girl. We're like, you're the one who reacted to those earrings. Where can I buy them? So I guess I need to start making those.
Speaking though of customers and looking to you for things to buy, how have you guys turned this then into brand partnerships? I know you work with Walmart and the many other brands you guys listed on there. What has that looked like? How have those opportunities come about for you?
For us, it's like, again, like I said, our brand is very family oriented. So when we use anything in our video, and I will say this, sometimes it's even that thing we're not even trying to sell, that everybody's like, oh, I like that, you know, that you're wearing. But for us, it's more like these brands come to us and we see if it's in alignment to what we believe and stand for. And then we go for it and we try as much as possible to bring our authentic self into it as well. Because like I said, the audience can read it when you're trying to, you know, force it on them.
What does that checklist look like of things that you want to make sure are matching up to like your standards, your values, something when a brand comes to you? What are those boxes that they have to check?
Definitely has to be something that we're really actually into. It has to align, like you said, our morals, our values. It's not about the check for us. Like that's why we're Walmart creators, because it aligned perfectly. I'm there every day almost at 6 a.m.
Shout out to the Walmart team in the house.
So they saw that and they were like, oh my God, we want you guys. Because it's authentic. It's real to who we are. So.
100%. You guys also mentioned in the sizzle that there are other things coming, some of your own products, some other entrepreneurial, you know, ventures that you guys are taking on. Can you walk me through that journey a little bit?
So right now, we're working on our lipstick line, and this is out of pure demand. Everything we do is always on demand. Most times when we post our videos, women are always like, oh my God, what's the color of that lipstick? Like, so we decided we're going to work on something for her, and hopefully next year it should be out. We're also writing our first book, and we're working on that. It should be out. We're also known a lot for food, so we're also shooting a new series. We're partnering with other creators who are food content creators, and we've started shooting. That will also start airing from next year. So it's like a lot of things, and can I break it?
Sure.
We have a coffee brand that we're working on right now.
Oh, very cool.
So coffee coming soon.
So there's a coffee, a coffee brand coming soon as well. So we have a lot of things, and I'm also a musician. I'm having my very first concert in New York on the 26th of November.
Wow, exciting. Okay, so big things coming for you guys for sure. My very last question for you, knowing that all this is on the horizon, what's one prediction that each of you have about the future of the social media space that you're getting ready for?
I think that the TV and commercial space is going to open up for us, and they're going to want to see us on commercials, cameos on TV shows, and we're ready.
I love it. Anything?
And for me, I just feel like social media is here to stay. The future of social media, I'll say this real quick, is every creator has a community that you can, brands can work with them, and, you're secured. I'll give you a quick example. You run a TV commercial right now, maybe 50,000 people will catch it when it airs. But when you work with creators, one video can hit 1 million views, 20,000, and it stays on the platform forever. So I feel like more brands are going to see that future and want to incorporate, working with mainstream media, but taking advantage of the power and the longevity of working with creators as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, we are out of time, but thank you guys so much for coming up here.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, guys.
Our programming will continue in just a moment. And now, for the metrics of impact, from engagement to monetization, please welcome Tom Ward, EVP and Chief E-commerce Officer, Walmart US, Diana Hausling, SVP and GM, Consumer Experience and Growth, Colgate-Palmolive, Alan Chicken Chow, creator, actor, producer, comedian, entrepreneur, and changemaker, and moderator Seth Matlins, Managing Director, Forbes CMO Network.
Hi, everybody. So, you know, you always, is the mic weird? It sounds a little weird in my head. It's a little weird. Is it too high? You always want to come out and say something slightly clever. Is it like, which is obviously a challenge for me, is it really dated if I say you all look very demure? You look very demure. You do. You do. As of course do you. All right, so here we are at this upfront, and it's all about, as we said yesterday, you know, we're trying to help everybody learn more, earn more, and grow more. And this is a super important part of this conversation, right? Which is to say that while definitions of impact can vary, right? A creator's gonna have a different definition of impact than a brand sometimes. When we bring them together, when the two parties come together for collaborations, right? We wanna talk about what you're all measuring from your different perspectives and your different businesses that determines what is having impact, and as importantly, what's informing the learnings that's going to create more impact moving forward, because we're always iterating, optimizing, and growing, right? So to get into it, and as I tend to like to do, and Alan, I'm going to start with you if I can, let's get on the same page. And when you think about the word impact in the context of creator brand collaborations, what's in your head?
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm Alan Chicken Chow. Nice to meet you. Before I answer the question, I wanted to talk about why I started making videos. So I started making videos as a way to connect with my family. When I went to college, my mom and dad moved to a little town in West Virginia where they had no friends or family. So I just started making videos as a way to make my mom laugh. And I still always think about that to this day when I'm making all different types of content, is the emotion that you'll bring to your audience. What are they going to remember? Who said Oprah? Someone said this, but it's not what you do, but it's how you make the person feel.
It was Maya.
That's what they always. Oh, Maya Angelou. Yeah, yes. Great.
Much
classic
respect.
Influencer, Maya Angelou. And so that's what I really think is the most important. Impact is really the emotion, how the audience feels about your collaboration, about the product that you want to bring to them, and that's what's going to make them remember what you've created.
All right, I'm going to come, Diana, I'm going to go to you, but Alan, let's remember, if I space it, you help me. I want to talk about because it's super interesting, emotion's role in monetization. Diana, when you think about it, what do you think?
So, you know, I work for Colgate-Palmolive. We're a 218-year-old CPG organization. For those of you who don't know, brands that I know you all love and used all day today, or if you haven't, you will. Colgate, Hello, Tom's of Maine, Fabuloso, Soft Soap, Palmolive, Irish Spring, all the good stuff. But at the end of the day, we're a publicly traded company. We have a fiduciary duty to make money for our shareholders. So when I think about impact, it often falls into three buckets. One, we have in marketing speak, so geek out with me for a second, called the jobs to be done. So that's the role that we've given, or the deliverable, or the goal for whatever the execution that we have. So it's important that the KPI or the goal aligns with that. So that's really what we're looking for. Does it deliver against that? Is it, are we conquesting? Are we trying to get new folks to the brand? Are we introducing something? So does that content actually deliver on that? We also look at mix. So we think about our campaigns, and it's not just one tact in our element. So our creators are a part of an overall campaign mix. So what role does this piece of content, does this creator, does this relationship play in that mix? Is it building our brand equity? Is it allowing us to be more relevant? I mean, we're 218 years old, so you know, we got to work on relevancy a little bit. Is it allowing us to grow penetration for brands like Hello, which are pretty awesome? If you haven't tried it, look it up. You can use your phones for this. It doesn't allow us to do that. And I think the last piece is, at the end of the day, we have to make money. We have to make money for our shareholders, we have to make money for our employees, and we have a responsibility to make sure that we keep the company going for another 200 years.
Tom, how about you?
Yeah, well, so I'm from Walmart, which I thought we're 60. I think we're 62 years old, but we're not quite as old as you guys.
You're a young buck.
Well, yeah, exactly, yeah. But everything at Walmart we do is in service of the customer. So when we think about impact, you know, we were talking kind of backstage. My first job in Walmart before I led e-commerce was I worked in stores. I was an assistant manager in a store. I ran stores, and I appreciated what impact looks like to a customer. And what's true, if you say to somebody now, you know, you mentioned Walmart, they'll tend to say my Walmart. People say, well, at my Walmart we do this, or they have this. And they don't say the Walmart or a Walmart, they say my Walmart. And we like to have a bit of fun when we have big meetings, and I say, well, where's the nearest Walmart? And you know, people say, well, you know, you go down the street and turn left, and I'm like, no, the nearest Walmart is in your pocket, right? The nearest Walmart is the app. And so when you kind of translate that analogy, just like impact looks like going into a store and finding Seth, your favorite cashier, or Alan, who works in home goods, and you trust Alan, and he tells you about the new items that are on the shelf. Well, if you extend that out into the digital commerce world, into e-commerce, it's the same. People are looking for that same impact. They're looking for that same connection, that same, you know, partnership and relationship with somebody they trust, and the people they trust now is you, right? It's the creators.
All right, let me stick with you and ask you to go both a little deeper on that, but also using some, when Diana was answering the question, she talked about, you know, kind of there's oftentimes a multiplicity of things, a multiplicity of objectives that a given marketer might have for why they use a creator relationship, right? And while the title of this, I guess it's not up anymore, but is about monetization, you know, she mentioned relevancy, cultural relevancy, audience relevancy. Relevancy is, of course, a tool, a means to the end of monetization. Customer experience is also that. As you sit on a treasure trove of data and insight at Walmart, as you think about near-term and long-term impact, right? Because sometimes near-term value is the entertainment, is the emotion that gets monetized later. What are you looking at, and what are you measuring so that you can kind of understand both near-term value and longer-term implications?
Yeah, so if I think about near-term, I mean, there's a gazillion metrics we look at, to your point, right? You could understand near-term by looking at the engagement with an item that a creator might have put in front of the customer. You could measure it by the add-to-cart rates, the conversion rates, the growth of a category or an item, or what happens if a creator introduces a customer to an area of the business they weren't familiar with. The really exciting bit, I think, is more about the lifetime value and the building of trust. You know, trust is really hard to earn in retail. And like I said before,
easy to lose.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So what you need is either time to build a relationship, or you need to leverage the relationship that people like you, Alan, have got with hundreds of millions of people that trust you, that understand where you're coming from, and if you say something's good, it's good. So if you apply that to commerce, when customers open our app and they might be doing something pretty mundane, right? They might be restocking their pantry, or, you know, figuring out grabbing kids' breakfast stuff that they can get in 30 minutes or express delivery. But when they're on that mission that they were already on for the things that they need, they see someone like Alan in their experience on the app, and they see him talking about an item that they want. And when they lean into that item, they understand more about the breadth and the depth of the assortment that we sell. And that grows their engagement with Walmart. And it's pretty simple. We think about more customers, more items, more often. And this is a real accelerant, but it's based in trust, and it's founded in the authenticity that you guys as an audience have.
I want to ask you a follow-up, and kind of can we keep using you as an example? How has the work you've been doing with creators, with digital creators, transformed your e-com strategy? And kind of what are your key learnings so far in the 4 years that you guys have really been diving deep?
Yeah, so I would say it's not changed our strategy at all. And I say that because the strategy is very simple. We want customers to come to our experience to solve the problem they've got. We want to have what they need. We want them to find what they have, buy what they find, and we want to get it to them perfectly so they come back to us again. So our strategy is really simple. what has creators done to accelerate that? Well, it's really brought this credibility and this trust. It's expanded people's consideration set. You know, like I said, if you're on a particular mission, and while you're in that mission, you're interrupted or you're disrupted by seeing somebody that you know, that you trust, and they're talking about an item that you didn't realize that we had, and then you engage with that item, what we can then do is say, well, now we know that Seth likes this stuff, right? He's in the market, he's got a new home, he's redecorating his bedroom, and this is the kind of furniture he's into, these are the products he likes, and the whole machine gets better to serve that customer. And that's when I think, to the point of my Walmart becomes truly my Walmart. It's personalized, and it's, you know, woven throughout the experience of these interstitials that are, you know, supported by creators' authenticity to help them expand and just solve more problems.
Right.
So for us, it's a lifetime value conversation.
Yeah. I do want to build on that, because as a brand that, you know, oftentimes, so my categories, except for, we have personal care, for those of you who love Ulta, you know, we got you. We have personal care and home care items. They tend to be on the shopping list when you're in a digital commerce experience. Oral care, for some odd reason, is not. It's not top of mind. Like, I hope all of you brush your teeth twice a day, maybe 3 if you're good, and use our whitening products, but it's not. So I think
I just want to say 3 times a day is a bar too high for me. I can't do it.
Lunch, I'm helping you, or long-term health. Oral health is the gateway to oral health. I'm just saying. We can talk more later.
All right.
But what it helps for me is like those, when you go online, it becomes very transactional. I'm going to go in, I'm going to get the item I searched for, I'm going to put it in my cart and move. What the creators allow us to do is kind of bring that physical experience to life within the app, within the experience. And what we've found, and you're going to correct me on my stats, but most of the Walmart shoppers actually are using the app in store to navigate. It's about 80%, I would say.
A lot of them use the app in store.
Okay, a lot, but I'm going to go with 80. Okay, so about 80% are actually using them in the store. So it's actually allowing us to create that connection point that typically was relegated to just like a spot on TV. So you're really able to merge in and become, you know, what I like to say, that BFF for your consumer, the humans that are interacting with your product, and also introduce your brands. Like, so if you're buying wine, I can then come in and say like, oh, don't forget about our whitening pen, because after you enjoy this red, you're probably gonna need it. So you can start to have more of a conversation as opposed to just a transaction.
Yeah, which is, of course, which is actually a nice segue to everybody's favorite example, Alan. So you've got 100 million and change followers across platforms. And knowing that metrics have nuances platform by platform, and you look at different things, in the context of your collaborations with brand partners, knowing that you've got to ensure that you have an audience that's engaged, right? Because if they're not engaged, there is no monetization. What are you looking at? And pick YouTube maybe, whatever platform you want to use. What are you looking at to figure out how to dial up or dial down what's working and what's not?
Yeah, I like your point about emotion as it relates to monetization. I think that money and revenue, it's just an energy. And so if you're really bringing value to the people who watch, or you're bringing something real to them, that money flows through the company to you, to your audience. Like, it's really an energy. So if you're really genuinely bringing that emotion back to them, I think that's where that marriage really works. I think one example of how creators, how being authentic is really important for a creator is one collaboration we did with a movie. So they asked us to do a reaction to a movie clip, just like me and my actors like reacting to a movie clip that they sent me. But I just felt like it was really ingenuine. It's not something I would ever do on my page. It doesn't fit anything that we've ever posted. They asked for 2 pieces of content. The first one, I said, okay, we'll do what you say, we'll do the reaction, but for the second piece of content, let me make something, like, let me tell a story. Yeah, that will work. Let me tell a story, let me make it how we know our audience is gonna resonate with it. The video that we posted in their version got 1 million views. The video that we posted in our version got 100 million views. Organic, not pushed at all. So that just really shows like creators, brands, you know your brands. Creators, we know our audience. We're experts on our audience. So allowing that collaboration to really come together is what's going to have the best result.
Right. So when at the risk of oversimplification, when a brand works with a creator or a celebrity, right? This has been and or a celebrity, right? I don't mean to build a distinction, but celebrities who aren't creators. It's typically about media and metaphor, right? You want to piggyback and reach your audience, and they're looking for somebody who shares enough values that it's a metaphor for who they are as a brand and business. You talked about engagement, but views. When you're thinking about monetization, do you have a ratio that says X views is going to lead to Y transactional value, or are there other things that you're looking at? Because views could be passive and not in fact lead to monetization.
Right, yeah. There are a lot of different monetization factors that we could talk about, like CPMs and watch time and click-through rate and all these things, but I think what we're really trying to do is build a real community of kids, because my audience is a lot of, the Disney Channel audience, who, by the way, they don't have Disney Channel anymore. What they're watching now is YouTube, and so we have that same responsibility.
I don't mean to throw your demos down, but I'm in your audience.
Yes, yeah, exactly, yeah. We have that responsibility to teach these kids good morals and to have them grow up to be amazing adults, and so that to me is the most important metric.
Well, anybody who starts with Maya is starting in a good place. Diana, let me ask you again, specifically within the context of these collaborations, knowing that you don't get into it till you know what you want to get out of it, and you might want different things out of it, what specific kind of measures are you looking at?
So specifically, we are looking at, we're an old school CPG, so we do look at what we call MMM or MMX. Though they've been around for decades. And basically, they allow you to look at different media channels and determine how they performed. And they usually contribute that to sales. So it's a model that allows you to really understand how your media is working. But the model was not built for the modern age. So the model is typically always attributes a high value to things like linear TV. So that's just regular sit on your couch, watch a TV. I don't know about all of you, but I have a TV in my room that I never turn on. So if you actually think about the metric, it makes it very challenging for marketers, especially marketers, who have grown up in a more traditional mindset, to be able to understand the value of social and things like that.
I don't mean to interrupt, but tell them what you're measuring.
Tell them what it would look. So a lot of it, honestly, is a push within the organization to help them understand the different KPIs you have to look at. So as creators, it's really important to understand how brands, and not just brands, but really the CFOs. So the chief financial officers are the ones that really have the purse strings, and they're going to determine how much money you have and how much you can spend. So it's great to make friends with the CMOs, but it's really understanding how that financial decisions are made. So introducing new KPIs, like looking at how long we actually got somebody to watch the ad, being able to actually translate that to sales. And the beauty of doing things and connecting with the Walmart platform is they actually have what's called traceable tenure. So when I execute something on the Walmart platform, I can actually see, because they have access to all that data, that somebody saw this and within a certain period of time they bought X. Every other platform, when I go across, and I'm not going to name names so that I keep my friends, but they're using a model to do that versus they're actually being able to show us with transactional data. So that is the number one metric that I use.
Tom, let me ask you to build on that. Are there frameworks you can share with the audience, and if not frameworks, advice, a point of view on, in particular, the marketers in the audience, but to Diana's point, it's important for the creators to understand what the marketers are measuring so they can partner better. Kind of, is there a framework that's likes, view time, engagement, whatever we look, translates into monetization so that they can think about dialing up or dialing down?
Yeah, no, I go back to that point we made before, is that at the highest level, more customers, more items, more often. I think, Dana, to all the points you were making, all this data exists, but when I think about, people coming into the platform, they want to engage with the items that they see. Customers love having ways to give us a signal of what they're excited or interested in as well. So, a year or so ago, during one of our Black Friday events, we do these deal drops. We just did, reveal here a couple of days ago of what was upcoming, and we might show customers the item and get them excited about what's about to come. We might eventually show them what that price is going to be, but they love to give us a signal as to what they're interested in, and it serves kind of two purposes, right? It's kind of a virtual list. If you see something as you're scrolling through the experience, we gave them the ability to heart an item, to click the heart icon. That does two things. It says that's saving it to remind me for when I come back to purchase later, But it's also having this kind of dialogue with the business, right? It's helping us understand what are you into, how do we create your experience, and then, you know, all the CRM models that live around that kind of capability, to your point, you know, they perform really well for us. If we put in front of the customer what it is they enjoy to see, and if it's powered by a creator, then even better, then the engagement goes up and the business grows.
All right, just because we're 24 seconds from time, one measure, I'm going to start, Alan, with you. If you had to, if you could tell the audience, look at one thing to have an indication, right? Just a signal, doesn't have to be directly attributable. This is likely to be working from an audience perspective, which is they're feeling it, they're liking it, and it's probably selling tooth whitening too. What would you look at? One measure.
Watch time.
Watch time. Diana?
Actual sales.
How,
that cash money.
What's the measure that will lead to the actual
So I
sales?
can actually get the actual sales. But household penetration, view time is also something of interest.
Tom, last word.
Mine's going to be authenticity and trust. I think that's what's going to lead, you know, the trust that the creator has resonates with the customer, with the item, and it leads to some of these measures.
So super interesting point, which is that, in fact, the single measure is what precedes the relationship rather than is a measure of the content. Really interesting. Thank you all. Thank you all. This was great. Appreciate you.
We're now excited to bring you another presentation of Creator Upfronts.
Hello, my beautiful friends. Wow, what an honor to be with you today. I'm Tiffany, CEO and founder of Tiffany Allison Digital Marketing out of Orlando, Florida. You can find me at tiffanyallison.com and tiffanyallison7 on social media. I left my dream job as a VP in commercial banking back in 2015 to take a leap of faith in this highly unpredictable industry. It's incredible what can happen with a mustard seed of faith and a whole lot of hard work. Now, with over 15 years of experience in the digital marketing space, I have been a driving force in shaping the evolution of influencer marketing. As an industry pioneer, I've played a key role in launching several beta programs and establishing strategic practices that have redefined how brands and consumers interact. From launching the exclusive Tiffany Allison and Victoria Emerson collection to leading Microsoft Surface Pro campaign, I've been at the forefront of innovation. My work with Audible's Christmas promotion created magic for the holidays, while Amazon entrusted me with their augmented reality release. I've partnered with Walmart Creator to empower our community of creators, and I've elevated health initiatives with Advent Health. As a Four Seasons exclusive partner, I've brought luxury to life. Every collaboration is built on creativity, but also delivering real results with measurable ROI that impacts sales, grows engagement, and maximizes brand visibility. Our results consistently demonstrate the value and success we bring to every collaboration. As a creator, there is nothing quite like the momentum of seeing your hard work go viral. But for me, it's the impact and results-driven campaigns that resonate with audiences and drive tangible outcomes that give me the most reward. Every piece of content is powered by a strategic blend of creativity, data, and execution, turning content into a powerful force that drives sales and fosters meaningful engagement. At the heart of my work, my greatest inspiration comes from my family. My husband and two little boys are the driving force behind everything I do. Whether it's chasing after them, leading digital marketing efforts for the women's ministry at my church, or proudly taking on the role of homeroom mom at school, these moments ground me in the importance of balancing a thriving career with a meaningful life. And to you, my friend, you are destined for success. Keep failing forward. Success comes to those who relentlessly pursue it. Thank you so much for having me. I look forward to seeing you soon.
And now, please welcome Tiffany Rigolato, Digital Marketing Director, and interviewer Stephen Bertoni, Assistant Managing Editor, Founder, Forbes.
All right, applause for her, please, not me. So Tiffany, you were a big shot banker at Bank of America. I used to work at Merrill Lynch, not a big shot. But how did you get into the creator game? What was like your big break? When did you first realize like this could be a new career? I'm going to leave the banking job for this.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Steve, and the Walmart Creator and the Forbes team. I'm super excited to be here, and I love this question because this was a big deal. I was very established as a vice president. I went to school for this. I got my master's in business and finance. This was my dream job, and I loved it. I was well established. I was climbing the corporate ladder. 10 years there, I was like, okay, something new is coming. You know the itch. You're like, okay, this chapter's closing. What's next? And I had just had this conversation with God. I was like, if I get the Pinnacle Award, which is the top 1% of bankers in the nation, I'm going to pursue something else. And I didn't know what it was at that time. And I am so thankful I received the Pinnacle Award. And I just knew that that was it. That was my answer that I was looking for.
So you hit your goal. Now it's time to move on for something new.
I hit the goal, which is, I really like doing that. And yeah, I knew it was time to move on. So I had my husband at the time, who was a very well-established entrepreneur, was like, do it. And it's so hard to leave stability for instability. That is so challenging. And but yeah, you get to a point where you're like, I'm just going to do it.
Cool.
And I did it.
Yeah, and you dove. We went from banking to the lifestyle, fashion, design. It's a huge space, and it's also a very crowded space. How does your content stand out from the rest? How do you make your mark?
I am constantly evolving, and I think in this industry we have to really be flexible. I am constantly in the numbers. I'm always mitigating risk by assessing the numbers and figuring out what's working and what isn't. And the core purpose of any business is profitability. Yeah. So we had to figure out how to make these numbers work. So mitigating risk, understanding where to invest resources, and really just constantly refining strategies to maximize growth.
Can you give me an example of how you used your business data background into selecting what to post or what to cover?
Yeah, so we always are researching, and we're online, and we're seeing what's working, what isn't, what's trending, what's going viral, and going viral is super important, but also, long-term sustained growth is very important. So, this industry, it's like a fishbowl of all these things that really need to work together in order to continue to have this sustained success.
Wow. And you've launched your own your own brands, your own collections. Tell me, how did that come about, and how did you decide to pull the trigger on I'm going to do this? Because there's so many different options.
I'm a big, I like goals. I like to write them out. I like to know what am I going to achieve and work towards next. And I had written it down. And sometimes that can take years, 5, 6 years to reach that moment. But as long as it's written out and you have it in your mind as a vision and you know where you're going forward, for me, that's been really, really helpful.
Wow. And what was the biggest jump of going from a creator to an entrepreneur? Because you're creating products.
Yes. Oh, the collections.
Yes,
absolutely.
Collections,
yes. The brand had approached me based on where I was at in this digital landscape, and it was the most amazing experience. And we have some really exciting things coming here in the future with that as well.
Very cool. And what is next? What's on your calendar? What are you writing down for 2025?
Okay.
Besides surviving Halloween, we're talking about
I'm so glad you asked me that. My husband and I are releasing a podcast in January 2025, which nobody knew that yet, so y'all are the first to know.
All right, breaking news here.
It's called Caminante.
I'm sorry, it's called what?
Caminante, and that means walker. And it is a podcast where cultures collide, literally, for us for a long time. Empires rise, and he's from Venezuela, and we just have this incredible community of people who have come into this country and worked so hard. They have that hustler spirit. They know where they're going. They want to work hard for something, and they work to it, and then they get it. So that's coming next.
All right, say the name again.
Caminante.
All right, love it. Are you and your husband co-hosting it? Or are you the host?
No, we're co-hosting, which is super exciting because he's amazing and smart and fun to talk to. So y'all will love it.
Awesome. Well, Tiffany, thank you so much. Big round of applause for Tiffany. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Marcela Marañón, otherwise known as the Journey of a Brave Woman. I am a global lifestyle creator and wheelchair accessibility advocate. I have built a community of 1.5 million followers. My content has reached over 2 billion views across all my platforms. What inspired me to create content was a desire to empower others, share diverse perspectives, and show that everyone, no matter their circumstances, has a valuable story to tell. I became the first disabled Latina to climb Mount Kilimanjaro and recently reached my goal to visit the 7 wonders of the world. At the heart of my mission lies a powerful vision for a truly inclusive world. I am actively working to create a space where creators with disabilities can thrive, innovate, and inspire. My goal is to see diverse voices breaking barriers in the creative industry, turning their passions into successful careers. I have had the honor of working on major campaigns for brands like Google, Clinic, Toyota, TikTok, and many more. These partnerships has allowed me to grow as a creator, raise my daughter, give back to my community in countless ways. I am supporting a project in Tanzania to build a house of hope for children with disabilities, providing essential healthcare and community. I also donated ramps in India and hosted an event to promote accessibility. Using my influence as a creator has helped raise awareness and inspire others to join this cause. My content is a mix of everything. When I am at home, I focus on fashion, cooking, and fitness. When I travel, I highlight accessible places for people in my community, empowering them to experience the world without fear of barriers. In 2021, I was named a TikTok Latinx Trailblazer, and the platform has opened so many doors for me since. Social media is a powerful platform where we can actively connect with people wherever they are. By leveraging it as a tool for genuine connection, we can foster a future where all abilities are celebrated and valued.
And now, joining Steve in conversation, please welcome Marcela Medellin, global creator and accessibility advocate.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Marcela, you're kind of a badass.
Thank you.
You're jumping out of planes, you're climbing Kilimanjaro, and then the next minute you're doing high fashion at home. That's totally amazing.
Yes, it's a mix of everything.
It's awesome. Tell me, so you cover so many different angles. How do you decide what content you're going to post and like what your next adventure is going to be?
Honestly, everything is spontaneous. I don't plan it. It's just maybe, 1 week I say, okay, well, this week I'm going to focus on, lifestyle, fashion or cooking or gym videos. And maybe next week I go travel somewhere and highlight accessibility. So it all depends on my mood. Wow. That's the good thing about being a creator. You have all this time to decide what you want to do and what you want to show in your social media platform. And I feel like, I'm very lucky to have that.
Well, where's the next trip?
Egypt.
Egypt.
Yes.
Very cool. And what's your process? Like, do you have a team? Do you edit yourself? How do you shoot your content?
Everything I do it myself. I take my tripod. I don't travel with a photographer or videographer. Everything I do it myself. There are trips where I am being, I'm partnering with brands, and they bring, their camera guys and the videographers, but mostly myself.
Very cool. And speaking of brands, how do you like to work with brands? Like, take me through like how a partnership works.
I love working with brands. I feel like they have given me the opportunity to be who I am right now as a creator. They have allowed me to explore things that I never thought that I could. Has allowed me to provide for my daughter, to pay for her college, and provide a better life for me. So the process is like any other creator. I'm not different than any other creator. I mean, they reach out to me mostly, and we just sign an agreement, and then we work together, and we build very strong relationships. I have brands that I have worked, I have more than one activation, which I'm very grateful for. And yeah, I love it. I love working with brands, and they change my life, and I know that they're changing the life of many creators here.
Well, we're talking backstage, and you're a true explorer. Like, you climbed Kilimanjaro and took 8 days, and you broke records there. Tell me, like, how did that trip come about, and how did you complete that, like, amazing journey?
Well, it takes a lot of you know, a lot of energy.
Yes.
And you have to be very strong-minded, and you have to, you know, if you have this goal, you have to finish. And I have this motto that says, you know, whatever happens, you have to finish, never give up. And you have to, you know, you have to shine. You have to make it happen. This is your goal. And yeah, and that's what I do. Every time I have a goal and I meet my goal, I try to exploit it.
Wow,
like in social media, I try to just like, hey, this is what I accomplished. And if there are people that are in my situation with a disability, and you know, and they probably, you know, before maybe they thought that that's not possible, and when they see me doing these things, say, oh yeah, well, if she did it, I can do it too. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's what I do with that.
Yeah, I mean, you're not just a great creator and brand ambassador, but you're an advocate. Like, how do you mix your advocacy work with your content?
You know, as I explained to you earlier, everything that started with just fashion photos on, you know, on Instagram, and then I start that all these following were coming into my page, all these new people, and I say, I have to do something meaningful with what I'm building, and I want to make a change for the community, you know? And so I say, I'm going to work hard. I'm going to work hard on my page. I'm going to, you know, bring all of these people, and I'm going to show them that people with disabilities are not different than anybody. You know, now I am a full-time creator, and I have done and accomplished so many good things, and I want to show the world, those who watch me, that you know, people with disabilities exist, and that that it's okay to, you know, to include us in society, in activities, you know, and so disabled creators are 6, and I am one of them. So yeah.
That's great. And real quick, besides Egypt, what do you have? What are your big plans for 2025? What's on tap?
Well, okay, so my daughter graduates from high school next year.
Oh, congratulations.
Yes, and she is gonna go to the university. She got accepted already. And so
nice,
I'm gonna
right.
have, yes, she's great. And I'm gonna have free time to do a lot of things. So I'm gonna start working with, I'm gonna go and teach children with disabilities how to be a campers.
Okay.
That's one of the things that I want to do. I'm going to do more traveling to bring more wheelchair accessibility awareness. And also, well, I'm going to Egypt. And yeah, I'm going to keep, you know, hustling, working on this. I love my job. I love what I do. And I am very thankful for all the opportunities. And yeah, so I can't wait to keep spreading the world, you know, the word of, you know, being this cool disabled creator.
Terrific. We'll be all watching your adventures. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Marcella, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My name is Kamoy Martin. I'm a world traveler, an award-winning content creator, and international speaker. I have 1 million followers on Instagram, 500,000 followers on TikTok, and just over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. But why do people choose to follow me? I create engaging, entertaining, and educational content around experiences, products, and services that make people's lives easier. Here's what I mean. I traveled to Bangkok, Thailand this year and created an Instagram reel about my whole experience. And that reel got 20 million views. But that's not all. 465,000 people shared it because it was content that can apply to their lives. When I discovered this, everything changed. I stopped creating content for and I made it about my audience. My following started to explode, and I was going viral consistently. I started to use these strategies to help brands increase their sales and awareness. For example, I collaborated with Evermore Resort, Orlando's newest resort. With this collaboration, they generated $35,000 in 5 days from my Instagram post, and they got 23 million views. I collaborated with a villa in Jamaica. My Instagram post generated $75,000 in just 3 days, and they got 5.7 million views. I collaborated with Turkish Airlines, and one post about their airline got 785,000 views. I collaborated with Toro, promoting their Tesla Cybertruck rental, and one post got 782,000 views. I collaborated with Visit Rwanda Tourism, promoting their destination. One single Instagram post got 9.7 million views. These are just a few successful partnerships in 2024, and I'm excited to work with more brands. Some brands I have in mind are Walmart, Delta Airlines, Marriott, Hilton, Apple, Hulu, T-Mobile, and many more. My mission is to make a difference in the world and impact the lives of 1 billion people.
And now, please welcome Kamoy Martin, travel and lifestyle influencer.
Kamoy, welcome.
How's it going, Steve?
Can I come on the next trip? That looks like a lot of fun.
Let's do it.
I love it.
What's up, everybody?
You're an incredible travel influencer. There's a lot of travel influencers. How does your content, how does your experiences stand out from the crowd?
I focus on creating edutainment, right? That's a blend of education and entertaining content. Because I just understand there's so much content being put out there, and there's a lot of noise. And to really get people's attention, it just really has to, number one, stimulate the mindset, but at the same time, it has to be in a really entertaining, engaging way. Nice. So that's what I focus on doing.
Very cool. How'd you get into this? Because we talked about this before. You're from Brooklyn,
yeah,
and you were not. You didn't come up you're not trained in the travel lifestyle world. Like, how did you get into this?
I hated my job, and I just really had this obsession with travel. When I went to college, I had studied abroad for a winter semester, and
where'd you go?
I went to Morgan State University in Baltimore, HBCU.
Where'd you travel? I love it. Where'd you travel to?
Mexico, Oaxaca, okay. Mexico. Studied in Spanish, and that taste. That experience just really made me want to travel. And I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I said to myself, I need to find a way to do this full time. And that inspired me to quit my job, become an entrepreneur, start wholesaling real estate, start an Airbnb business. And that allowed me to travel the world, and I just want to do more and more of it.
When did this take off? When did you first go viral? When did you realize I can get out of the real estate game and become a full-time creator?
I would say probably around 2022.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Recent, cool. What was the one big break? Was there one video that kind of changed everything?
I had partnered with Memphis Tourism Board. That was the first tourism board that I worked with. And that was the first time my actual destination paid me. And I had created content about that whole experience, and the video really took off. And from there, it just really catapulted me to working with more tourism boards and airlines and hotels and things of that nature.
How do you plan a trip? How do you decide the destination, where to go next? Is it based on business? Is it based on where you want to go? Do you throw a dart at the map? How does it work?
Really, it's through just content, right? I evaluate all this content and also do research, about different places around the world, because I do plan on going to every country at least once. And when I discover some really cool, unique things about a particular destination, that compels me to go. Or if a destination reaches out to me and, asks to work with me, and then I'll research them and, I'll tend to go there.
I love the look of your videos. It's super slick, very cinematic. How do you go through that process? How do you shoot? It looks like, I imagine there's a drone involved. I saw
For sure.
some drone work. Yeah, how do you shoot it? And also, how did you learn how to do it?
Through a lot of research. I really want to create videos that I would personally enjoy. And I also understand people have very short attention spans. So I do my best to really make it in a way, I'm very just hyper-focused on the pacing of it. I strive to make it shareable. And, with that in mind, I want to make sure that I have different perspectives, different angles. So I use drones, phones, and Insta360s, different type of things, so that way people can see one place from a different point of view in different ways.
Well, how do you like to work with brands? You mentioned Visit Memphis. You mentioned you did a great collab with Turkish Airlines. How do you work with brands?
Yeah, so, they reach out to me or I reach out to them, but once we kind of come to agreement, I just really just strive to create a win-win situation, right? Because I'm an entrepreneur. I myself have paid influencers. So whenever I work with a brand, I'll go over the brief, and I just really find a way to create the most compelling and interesting thing about whatever the product or service is. So that way, when I do put it out there, the audience is intrigued and it doesn't feel like an ad. Like you said yesterday, like the best ads are ads that don't feel like an ad. Yeah. So that's the goal.
Cool. Where are you going next?
Haiti.
Very cool. All right.
Yeah.
And what is that? How does that take me? Like, how long do you stay on site for? How long does it take to edit? What's like the whole process from start to finish?
Every destination is different. I travel extremely different, right? So I'll travel to a place for like 4 days and it'll look like I was there for like 2 weeks. I get so much content and I can have a video done in a matter of like a day.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah.
Where's your dream trip that you haven't taken yet?
I would say Bora Bora.
All right.
Yeah.
You got to talk. You can reach out to visit Bora Bora and try to make that happen.
For sure. Yeah, that's the goal.
What is it about Bora Bora that stands out?
Man, it's just beautiful. The bungalows. It's a dream.
Like you have quite the lifestyle play. I'm very jealous.
God is good.
Can I come next time?
For sure.
Awesome. Kamoy, thank you so much. I love it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We will now take a brief networking break. Don't go too far. Programming will resume promptly at 12 noon, where we'll hear more from our innovative upfronters. Back to the program. We're now excited to bring you another round of Creator Upfronts.
Hello, my name is Todd Anderson, also known as Turnip Vegan, and it's incredible how I took my passion for food all the way to be a global influence on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and more. From humble beginnings and many failures, I found my voice sharing stories, educating and inspiring a global community. I create content on plant-based cooking, growing food, outdoor adventures, and encouraging others to connect with nature. My content connects with foodies, health-conscious individuals, vegans, non-vegans across all the major social media platforms. What makes me different? I take a unique approach to cooking familiar dishes from scratch using plants and mushrooms. My goal is for my viewers to feel good after watching, offering a refreshing break from shock factor content and negativity. Before my big break, I was a university counselor at Grand King University. My big break came when I posted a pizza on TikTok. I was in a rush and just slapped the content up, but it allowed me to see that I could be myself on camera. Now, when it comes to content creating, I listen to my community. Their feedback helps me shape what I create. If something resonates, I'll take the idea and reinvent it in fresh ways. Staying connected with my audience is key to keeping my ideas flowing. I've been lucky to work with brands like Volkswagen, Ninja, Segway, McCormick, and Charbroil, just to name a few. Even with a small team of just me, my manager, my agent, the Turnip Vegan brand has bridged the gap between new products, plant-based lifestyle, and connecting my community with fresh ideas. It brings me joy to see my content with brands do well organically. I love to find new creative ways to use products outside of the box. Two dream brands I would love to work with is Apple and Nike, to name a few. I've collaborated with brands to release products together like a mushroom grow kit, kombucha drink, and mushroom tinctures. I have also published 2 cookbooks, and I ran a pop-up cafe in San Diego. Now I'm working on some new things for 2025. My passion for creating content, camping, playing basketball, and just trying to be a better person each day brings me so much joy. Woo, that was a lot. Thank you for listening and giving me the opportunity to present my brand.
You may not know, I didn't.
And now, please welcome Todd Anderson, owner, Turnip Vegan, and interviewer Seth Matlins, Managing Director, Forbes CMO Network.
Oh, hi.
What's going on, Seth?
All right, here's where I want to start. One of the things you talk about in your amazing video is that you've experienced failures. What have they taught you, and kind of how have those failures shaped what you're doing now?
Really good question. So when I first started creating content, I really focused on trying to be perfect. And a real interesting story you saw in the video, I was making a pizza for a YouTube video. And this video, keep in mind, my videos sometimes take 6 to 7 hours to film. And I get all the way to the end of the video, and the pizza just slips off and falls right on the ground. And I look at my fiance, and I'm just like, yo, this is, devastating. And I felt like I just needed to start all over. But I woke up the next morning, and I reshaped that content to tell that story and show that, I'm an everyday person, and every recipe I make is not perfect. And that video went viral. And so for me, that allowed me to understand that I don't have to be perfect, and it's okay to share your failures.
Yeah. And you know what's so interesting about that is, as somebody who has been paying attention to this back when we used to call them influencers, right, 06, the original rise of like the YouTube star back in the day was their popularity wasn't despite their humanity and their imperfections, but because of it. And kind of celebrating and not shying from narrative around a falling pizza and 6 hours that didn't go the way you wanted it to, I think is super powerful.
Right, and you also can see on that video, so I collaborated with a company last year and came out with my own kombucha drink. And so I go to the testing room to do the last final testing, and I pull the wrong lever and get blasted in the face with kombucha. And so that was another...
How'd that feel in the eyes?
I mean, I couldn't see for about 5 minutes, but yeah, it was...
Yeah, it's real.
But, the failure, actually, I turned that video into marketing for that product, and it was the best way to introduce it. And I remember going to the location and thinking to myself, like, I don't know what I'm going to create. Like, how can I create something that, will inspire people to watch the video, and it kind of made itself for me.
Well, that kind of leads me to my next question, which is, what matters most to your audience? You know, what are they responding to, and what do you want them to know most about you and your the stories you tell?
Well, I think what resonates the most with my audience is that I'm an everyday person. And so one thing I told myself before I started creating content was I want to remember how I thought before I started creating content. And so if you approached me and you said, hey, Todd, I want to give you, this vegan burger, I'd be like, no, I'm not vegan. I'm not cool with that. I don't want a vegan burger. And so I keep that mentality. So when I present my content, it's very, open. It's for everyone, and it's relatable. And so I don't want people to feel pressure that you have to go vegan. I just want to show you that, my food looks really good. It's really fire. If you want to try it, then give it a try. And I got 200 plus recipes to go along with that.
You talked about this a little bit in the video, but dive deep for us, if you can, on who the audience is, right? Because there's a joke in LA, which is, how do you know somebody's vegan? They'll tell you, right? Who is your audience, and are they all vegan?
Surprisingly, I would say majority of my audience is not vegan, and they're also younger than me. I say my top audience is 24 to 36. It's people that are just interested in eating plant-based food or health conscious, or maybe going through some experience in their life where they want to eat healthier. So to me, that's just a beautiful thing that I'm able to create content, but it's not for vegans. It's for people that are thinking outside of the box as well.
Yeah. All right, so let me ask you to share, as you did with me backstage, the origin of Turn It Vegan, the name.
Okay. So when I decided 8 years ago that I wanted to create content surrounded around vegan food, I was thinking of a name. I wanted to have something cool that kind of stood out. And me and a friend was just sitting back, and we were like, how about turn up, like the vegetable? Because it represents a lot. Double sword, turn up your health, turn up your knowledge, turn up your consciousness, turn up whatever matters to you the most, and then turn up as a vegetable. So it's a double meaning. Yes, sir.
I love that. All right, we got just a few seconds left. Tell the marketers and the creators, but the marketers and the audience, what's next for you? Where are you going?
Wow, what's next? So I'm actually in the process of opening the first plant-based restaurant in Africa, and just saying that just gives me goosebumps.
Where on the continent?
In Rwanda.
Nice.
And so this should happen by the end of the year, early next year. And so I'm currently working on that. I'm working on a product as well that will allow people to feel more comfortable cooking. And so it's a starter product where it has all the ingredients you need to start a recipe and just make it easier for someone to start cooking.
Nice. Todd, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Blessings, everyone.
Hi, I'm Miriam. I am a content creator in the culinary space. My content is always a reflection of the phase of life I'm in. I've gone from being a beauty influencer and a fashion influencer to then being a mom. And so when I became a mom, my content evolved. I like to create recipes that are effortless and packed with flavors. I wanted to tap into my South Asian heritage and use the traditional techniques that are used for bone broth to bring healing to others the same way it healed me 4 years ago when I was going through my first pregnancy. I could not keep food down. They were putting me on supplements, and the supplements weren't staying, and I was dropping weight like crazy. So nothing was really working for me in terms of Western medicine, and the one thing that I knew was going to provide me comfort was the bone broth that I grew up watching my mom and my grandma make, and they were helping me so much. I was putting weight back on, the baby was healthy, I was getting healthier, and it's just really saved me. And then I started making it for our neighbors and anyone who went through a surgery or something they were struggling with, we would send the broth out to them. And that quickly turned into me wanting to heal more people with the techniques that we were using to create our bone broth. It doesn't exist in the market the way that we create it, and that's very, very, very special to me. I was posting these videos online in a way for other people to incorporate bone broth into their day-to-day. The videos were going viral and people were relating to it so much more. Like, oh my God, I love this. And that's when I realized, like, I'm not the only person who's benefiting from this. When I share things that are a reflection of what I'm currently going through in life is when people relate to it the most. The more I got comfortable with who I was and the content that I created that brought me joy is when I started actually growing on social media. I joke with my little toddler and I tell her, I was like, Mama's working really hard, but that's because you're gonna inherit a company soon. Like, you know, it's like, and she looks forward to those things. She sees like Mama working and she's like, Mama, I can't wait to be part of the company. That's why I do what I do, and I think that's just going to stay with me for a very long time.
And now, joining Seth in conversation, please welcome Mariam Ishtiaq, creator and founder. It's Actually.
Your daughter and I have something in common. I want to inherit your company also. So actually, let us start with legacy, because that's what you talked about building, and I'm wondering, what came first? Your entrepreneurial drive and knowing that you were building a business, or the content? And I'm creating a false binary, because obviously they connect.
Yeah. So I actually started off as content creation was a completely like a hobby thing that we started off with in 2016. But I was working as a head of creative for a baby food company. And while I was doing that, I was building out my own brand on the side. And then I was like, wait, I'm a creative in here, and I'm also a creative outside of work. Like, this is not working out for me. It's too much creativity. So I completely pivoted, and I became a head of e-commerce for a tech startup. And I learned a lot of, you know, the entrepreneur stuff, like from being a part of this company. And, you know, fast forward to today, yes, I have built a phenomenal brand, but that entrepreneurship that was instilled in me was from having these jobs that I was working with, like in the startup space. And now I get to apply that to my content creation.
So you've
I feel like it was like both, like they were both parallel. It wasn't
Right.
like one came before the other.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Because they were all born from the same place.
Yes.
But you've actually built two brands.
Yeah.
Right? Which is the product and you. And I'm wondering what your audience says, because you know they vary. What's most important to them, and what's most important to you about them?
So I think for me, it's always been giving my audience what they want to see, right? They want me to portray every part of my life in the best ways possible. So who I am.
That's a lot of pressure.
It is a lot of pressure, but I think when you're authentic, it comes naturally. When you're trying to build a brand and you're not creating content that doesn't fit your own lifestyle, then yes, you're going to run into a creative burnout. But for me, I have evolved with my brand. I started in the beauty space, and then I went into like, you know, being a head of creative, and then I was like, okay, this is like the time that I talk about my 9 to 5. And then I became a mom, and then I was like, okay, now my life has completely shifted, and we're gonna talk about motherhood. And now I'm a business owner, so like people get to see the evolution, and I think that is very inspiring to a lot of people, but at the same time, it comes true to me. So it's easier for me to create.
Yeah. Tell us, in particular, the brand marketers in the audience, a little bit more about who your audience is.
So my audience is a mixture of both men and women, from ages 18 to 39. But over the last year, it's been predominantly like new moms, people who are wanting to go into motherhood, who are trying to conceive, people that are healing or recovering. But the demographic is, you know, I hit 3 different demographics. I have US being my primary, but then we're talking Canada and UK.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
the
it's like
English
all
speaking,
over the place, yeah.
Except for Quebec, they speak French. One of the things I find so interesting in your story, and it comes out over and over again, is that you're not one thing. And you talk about not having wanted to be constrained by a traditional career path, but I think even more compellingly serving and recognizing that there are multiple parts and multiple facets to your identity. With that in mind, like what might be next? What part of you haven't we seen, or what idea haven't you launched yet? You know, where's it all going?
So I will say that I don't know what's next for me. It's all part of evolution, but I definitely went full throttle in the culinary space this year. You know, from creating food content and launching a business in the CPG world, and then also now doing like my private chef gigs. I'm going to school for a few culinary courses, like trying to just like make this part of my life a little more, like just have something back it up, right? So I can say that I have, you know, I went from no culinary background to like now stepping into culinary space. And this is like going back to school and taking some courses are helping me just add a little bit more value to my life.
And to your audience.
And to my audience.
That's awesome. Thank you, Chef. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
We're making the ultimate Korean fried chicken sandwich. Let's begin. We're making a Parmesan and coffee risotto. Chopped cheese always tastes better with some Pepsi. And the key ingredients, Campbell's cream of mushroom soup. I'm Kevin Lee. I'm a chef and food content creator. I'm excited to show my grandma my Volvo XC90. I think my grandma's gonna be impressed with this car. Is the Volvo approved? Good!
Next year you'll come and we make some fried rice for everybody, okay?
Fried rice.
Fried rice.
Sunday roast. Oh, we're making a Michelin with broken prospect.
Steak au poivre with creamy polenta.
We met on Instagram.
It's true.
So if I win today, we get to make a dish of my choosing.
Welcome to Friendsgiving.
Hey! Good job.
Good job, team. Good job, chef.
Yes, chef.
Good job.
And now, please welcome Kevin Lee, culinary content creator.
I don't know if everybody gets a kick out of saying chef all the time, but I do. So what's up, chef?
Not much. How are you doing?
I'm really good. Every video over 1 million views. Tell us what your audience is finding and loving.
That's a good question. I would say, well, my background, I used to be a chef, trained chef, culinary school, so I think me having that background in actual cooking, working in restaurants, I think that's what I try to show my content first and foremost, like the level of execution, things like that. So it's, I guess, a certain level of execution in the cooking, and then if I can throw in like entertainment here and there, make some jokes or whatever it may be, so. Yeah.
And how much time goes into, I'm sure it varies, but how much time goes into the average video? What's the production? What's the process?
I would say I've been making videos for about 3.5 years now, and it's getting even longer now. I guess the more I grow, there's like more pressure I feel, or I just have more ideas, but.
Does that mean it's getting harder, which is to say because of that pressure?
I do feel some slight pressure, but I am somewhat used to it still. But I wouldn't say it's harder, but I just want to do better all the time. So I'm always thinking of how can I do things better? How can I make the recipes, harder? And
so you want to make the recipes harder?
I also enjoy
That's
the challenge.
interesting.
That's true. Yeah. So like, I do create content for an audience to watch, but at the same time, I like to challenge myself And I feel like if I just always produce content that just for the audience, I might get bored. And so I'm always trying to challenge myself at the same time. But yeah, it can take anywhere from, if it's an easy recipe, maybe just one day I film. Sometimes I'll take 2 days of filming. I'll split it in half. And then editing can take anywhere from 1 day if it's really easy, or to like a week. But that's not, you know, I take breaks in between.
Varies, yeah. So your video showed us you're traveling all over the world and kind of these global cultural influences. How global is your audience, or where are the big pockets of concentration geographically?
I don't know like all the statistics, but I know majority of my audience is still mainly in the US. I think like it's split between New York City and Los Angeles. And then I think next.
So it's very urban.
Yes.
Yeah.
Urban, and then I guess it would go to like London and like places in Asia here and there, but I think mainly
big cities.
US. Big cities, yeah.
Interesting, really interesting. I want to also ask you, not about your grandmother, who seems lovely, by the way, but really interesting to see the Volvo example, because it's so non-endemic, right? How did that, not so much how did that deal come to be, but for a chef to transcend into something that really has nothing to do with the culinary space is real testimony to, I think, your audience's engagement. What other partnerships, you know, do you look for? If you could wave a magic wand and be like, oh yeah, I'd love to work with X, Y, or Z, who'd it be? Maybe they're in the audience.
Man, there's so many. Like honestly, when I first started making videos, I had a list, and because I didn't really know how it worked, the brand deals, things like that. And I feel like I've already partnered with a lot of them. And not just that, is I've done deals outside of cooking, kind of. And so like I did a commercial with Volvo. I did a commercial with Kajabi recently, like a few weeks ago. And then it doesn't really have to do with cooking, really. And so I'm at a point now where like I kind of just keep my mind open, and I'm just open to, you know, whoever's willing to work with me, just because I think I don't want to limit myself to just certain brands. But
what's most important when you look? Acme Widget Company knocks on the door, says we'd love to work with you. What do you want to know about them? What's important to you?
Well, I do like working with brands that like I'm familiar with. Maybe I use their product, things like that. And there's been deals where I didn't really know the product, but I thought, okay, I know how to I can implement this into my content. I don't really want to like ever like sell myself, I guess, and like do things that I wouldn't really want to do. But yeah, I would say I find ways. If I don't know the brand, I'll make it work. And it's also like a challenge for me in a sense, I guess. And I like challenges, so.
All right, last question as we get to time. What's next? What should we look forward to?
I don't know. I have maybe some stuff coming, like cookbooks, maybe shows, something like that. But I still really enjoy making videos, and I would like to continue to see how far I can go with that. So.
Well, you're doing all right so far. Keep it up.
Trying.
All right, Chef. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carmen, also known as Carmen in the Garden. A couple of years ago, in early 2022, I picked up my phone on a whim and started recording myself making meals with what I grew in my garden. I had no idea that those first few videos would go viral and connect me with people from all over the world. What started as me sharing my everyday life in the middle of Los Angeles, growing vegetables, keeping chickens, and even raising bees, quickly turned into something much bigger. But my story started long before that. About 10 years ago, I began gardening as a way to cope with stress and anxiety during college. I wasn't formally trained in gardening or cooking. I just carved out time to learn little by little. Now that journey has evolved into a garden-to-table lifestyle that I share with an audience of nearly 1.5 million people across the world on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and Substack. I create content that's all about sustainability and finding joy in the process. My community trusts me because I'm self-taught, just like many of them. I've spent the past decade learning how to grow as much of my own food as possible in an urban setting, and I show my audience that they can do just the same, whether they have a full garden or just a few pods on a balcony. My most impactful content shows exactly what's possible, from DIY garden projects to harvest baskets filled with unique fruits and vegetables. Along the way, I've had the chance to collaborate with some amazing brands,
From Le Creuset and Lowe's to working with Microsoft on how technology enhances creativity, and even Michelin tires, I found ways to authentically weave my passion for gardening and sustainability into each partnership. One of my favorite collaborations was with Chomps, where I helped my audience learn more about regenerative agriculture, something that I'm deeply passionate about. And on the wellness side, I've partnered with brands like Ritual and Naturopathica to bring trusted skincare and wellness products to my audience. My creative process always starts with what's growing in the garden, what's in season, what's thriving. From there, I let the ideas flow, whether it's a recipe or a DIY project, or content that's part of a brand partnership. I work directly with brands to create authentic stories that resonate with my audience, and I make sure everything aligns with my values of sustainability and creativity. My big break came from those first garden to table videos, something I had been doing for years but just hadn't recorded before. That moment connected me with a global community and showed me that people are craving authentic, feel-good content. And now I get to share my passion for growing, cooking, and living sustainably with millions of people. This is Carmen in the Garden, and I'm just getting started.
Please welcome Carmen Purr, gardening and culinary creator.
Hi. Nice to see you.
All right, I want to jump into something that you talked about in the video, which is what got you into gardening is what I think has gotten a lot of people into gardening, which is connection to the earth, working with their hands, feeling soil. And we live in pretty stressful times, at least I do. I don't know about the rest of you. Talk more about that and what you're kind of seeing from this kind of even more broadly. It feels like it's mainstreaming.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are getting into gardening, especially now. I always say that it's kind of funny how taking care of something else in turn takes care of yourself, and doing something, like planting a seed and watching it grow and being patient and nurturing it and then reaping your own harvest and your own rewards is deeply fulfilling on a really, deep level.
I really love that, which is taking care of something else is taking care of yourself. Yeah. And do you, now that gardening is your career,
yeah.
do you find that it still is nurturing that part of you? How do you keep it connected to where it started? Because it becomes harder to do that as it becomes professional, right?
Yeah, so for as long as I can remember, I've always gardened only on the weekends, which is surprising to people. Even now, I only get my hands dirty on Saturday and Sunday. And then during the week, I'm working on building my own brand, my business. And so some ways I've still been able to compartmentalize a little bit. Weeks are for building the brand and business, and then weekend for hobby. But I think that what keeps me going is seeing how many other people I've inspired to start their own gardens. I get pictures almost daily of pots on little counters and windowsills, or full-fledged, bigger than my garden sort of farms.
You bring up an interesting point. For to begin gardening, what do you, can an apartment dweller begin gardening?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you need sun, water, and soil. Those are kind of the basic things. And you could also supplement with artificial light.
Right. So tell us a little bit about your audience. And you refer in the video, sorry, pointing to where I was watching it, to kind of the moment, that first viral moment that really began to catalyze your audience. What are they finding in your videos? What do they want? And what do you want to give them?
Yeah, so it was the 15th video that I posted on TikTok that went viral, and I was stunned because I didn't tell anyone in my real life that I was posting TikToks until probably I was at 100,000 followers. Gardening is something I've been doing for a long time, but I think that what draws people in is they're like, what is she gonna do with that? I'm cutting a cabbage, picking carrots, almost like I'm shopping at a grocery store, but it's in my own yard, and then coming up with a meal with those ingredients. I think gets people like, what is she gonna do with it?
And who tell us who your audience is. What are the demos and look like?
It's a little bit more broad than you see with some other creators. It spans from 25 to 50 years old, primarily female, and like 95% female. They're interested in cooking, some aspects of sustainability, wellness, clean beauty.
Talk more, if you would, about sustainability and Obviously, as a nation, we have yet to fully embrace our responsibility and opportunity.
Yeah.
What role do you want your audience to play in making the planet a more sustainable one?
Yeah, I think we all can play our own part, and I think that it can start as small as starting your own compost pile. You know, we're all cooking, we're all producing scraps, and then you can use that as like garden gold to create your own produce.
Right.
But I think that we can all find little things throughout our day that move us towards a little bit more sustainable of a planet.
I want to ask you, kind of as I did in the last conversation, about the non-endemic partnership. In particular, the Microsoft one was interesting. But when they came to you, did they know they wanted to kind of open the aperture into creativity?
I think what it first started off with was just me demoing their product and showing it to the audience. And then a big part of what I do is gift giving. So I make these elaborate harvest baskets for friends and family, and showing how I can use technology to up-level those gifts. So like making some bath salts or teas and making custom labels and things like that. So fusing technology in with a little bit of homegrown goodness.
I will give you my address when we're done. I like gifts, but I do like a bath salt. What is next? Where are you going? What are you doing? What should the brands and the audience be looking forward, and your audience be looking forward to?
I think a couple things. So like everybody's getting into a little bit more of gardening. So going to see that emerging, hosting, more seasonal meals. Everybody's interested in incorporating that a little bit. I'm also deeply passionate about hospitality, so I could see that sort of expanding in the near future as well.
Interesting. Well, thank you, Chef. We're really excited to see where it all goes.
Thank
you all.
We hope you're hungry. We will now break for lunch, located on the third floor terrace. Programming will resume here promptly at 2 p.m. when we'll hear our final group of Creator Upfronts and exciting panel conversations with Jordan the Stallion and Kendall Toole. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed lunch and connecting with one another. And now, joining Seth Matlins for the conversation, The Anatomy of Successful Collaborations, please welcome Clem Tixier, Global Head of Influence, Gymshark, and Latrice Watkins, EVP and Chief Merchandising Officer, Walmart US.
You guys must be so sick of me. I'm sick of me at this point. Hi, so excited to have somebody that's not me to talk to.
Hello.
How's it going? So, this conversation we're about to have is so central to the whole idea of why Walmart Creator and Forbes first put this together. It's to ensure that the collaborations between brands and creators are more successful, richer, more fulfilling, make more money for everybody moving forward. So as we gather at an event that's intended to do just that, right, and intended to ensure everybody, and I know I'm redundant, but it works, at least for me, I don't know about you guys, learns more, earns more, and grows more. Let's get into what makes them work. And Clem, I want to start with you and ask what you've learned over the time that you've been doing creator partnerships about what makes them work, and do you have any frameworks for the audience, both sides of the audience, on what they should be thinking about to ensure the collaboration is successful?
Yeah, I think that if we know who we are as brands and we are very clear on the direction that we want to take as a brand, then it makes it so much easier to find the right creators for the brand, right? Because you know exactly who would be the best ambassador for you. I think when looking for creators, sometimes we just get caught up into big numbers, big following on each platform, and we just think that those big numbers is going to equate success, but big numbers don't always equate success. I think what takes
are there, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to unpack some of what you said. Yeah. Are there, when big numbers don't always equate to success, the biggest number, of course, is followers across platform. Yeah. What are the numbers inside that you're like, okay, obviously you're looking at engagement numbers, you're looking at view time and other things. What are some of the things you look at to say, all right, this has the potential to get us into the conversation?
I think it's once you've identified who would be the right fit for your brand and you think, right, this person is good for me and I think I want to work with them. I think it's really taking the time to get to know them beyond those stats. And it may be a bit time consuming, but I think this is what genuinely sets a successful partnership apart, is watching the content, reading the comment, really understand who the creator is and what community they've built over time. Who are those people? What are they talking about? Why is that content resonating so well? So I think to your point, yes, there is engagement. Yes, there is demographic of the following, but it's also reading and spending time being on the viewership side to truly understand, right, those numbers, yes, I see them, but now I truly understand the message and the community around it.
Well, I want to get back to community in a little bit with you, but before I go to Latrice, I'm sitting here with a note card that reminds me of what we want to talk about. Are there kind of at Gymshark, do you guys have top 5 things as we're analyzing content, top 10 things that you're looking at to really understand beyond the metrics, who they are, who they're reaching, and why they might be a fit or not?
I think we look at stats, obviously, because it's just an initial filter that helps you because there are so many amazing creators out there. But we genuinely watch the content of creators before we jump and decide to reach out to them, because then the conversation is so much more organic. They understand, okay, well, they understand who I am. They've taken the time to watch my content. So the stats are what they are, the engagement, the like, the following, the frequency of posting, because it needs to also align with what you're looking for to execute a campaign, but it's also being on the community side of things and being a viewer. So when you do reach out to the creator, they see that you've taken that time and you also know exactly how your campaign can be translated into their platform.
Okay. Latrice, you obviously approach this differently than Clem, right? As head of merchandising for Walmart, what an enormous job that is. You are in this space charged with really creating brands that solve problems that maybe aren't being solved by other brands yet in the marketplace. And you work with creators, to find the opportunity to bring creator-led brands into the Walmart footprint digitally and physically. What are you looking for, and as you do that, and what is, to be true, the title? I keep pointing to something that's not there, but to the title, which is the anatomy of a successful collaboration. What's it look like?
Yeah, so first off, I'm really excited to be here, and I need to tell you all how inspiring it's been to hear your stories and to experience the joy that you bring to doing what you do. So I needed to say that first. At Walmart, for the audience. Yeah, congratulations and thank you for being here. I have been with Walmart for my entire career, and at the heart of what we do is we want to help people save money and live better. And it is not a slogan, it is our purpose, it is why we exist. And you've likely heard it before and not thought about maybe what it means. But to us, to merchants, it means our job is to find ways to be advocates for customers. And that means advocating for them at every step of the customer value proposition. We owe them doing the work on price, on assortment, and creating a great experience. And if I think about the role that you all play, it is largely about that experience. It's connecting assortment and experience. So our jobs is to find everything that you've heard our teams talk about, whether it was the item that you saw here, these chairs, this table.
Your outfit.
My outfit.
That was louder than I meant.
My team buys all of the items that we sell in Walmart in our stores and the inventory that we own online. So we have to start with customers. So at the heart of everything we do, at the heart of any collaboration, whether it's with all of you or a big brand, at the center of every conversation is going to be the customer. That is our framework. For you, that is your audience. And the thing we learned from Mr. Sam Walton, who's an incredible entrepreneur, and if he were alive, he'd probably be a creator. I think that he may have been an original creator, just in a different lifetime, in a different format, creating this thing that we call a discount store and then a supercenter, and now an e-commerce business. But I'd say at the heart of everything we do is going to be the customer. It's going to be your audience, knowing what they want, knowing what they need, and knowing what they will love. And our team works really hard to make sure we can give customers access to the things they want, they need, and they love. And we do that across every platform that's available to us because we use data that tells us what do customers want. And if big brands have it, we bring it to life with big brands. When big brands don't have it, there are these disruptors out there. And that's all of you bringing to life either new products or bringing to life products that exist somewhere that the customer might want that we may not have had access to before. But because you get life, customers are showing you, your audiences are telling you that they want these things. You're bringing them to life, and then we're calling brands saying, we'd like to make sure our customers have access to those brands.
I have a follow-up question, but before I get there, you said you used 3 words, need, want, and love.
Yeah.
Right? And no pun intended, but I love your use of love because as marketers, we often talk about need and want and forget love.
Yeah.
Actually, let me use that as a segue into the next question. So I'm sure everybody here is familiar with some of your higher profile creator-led partnerships. I'm thinking of Emma, I'm thinking of Jimmy, some others. But share, if you would, at the risk of putting you on the spot, a couple of perhaps less well-known, less high-profile examples so that they can kind of see it and feel it. And, you know, where was the need, want, and love in the example?
So I want to make sure I'm not offensive, assuming you don't know these people, because I think it's a community, and so you all may know people, and I don't know you know them. And if I say they're not as big as other people, I also don't want to be insulting, because in the universe of the way brands are created, I may be getting it wrong. So I will tell you about a couple that I know about that we've grown over time that maybe are less obvious if you're not in the retail space. So I'll start with the first one I ever remember doing. I have all of merchandising now, so I have all the things we sell, but there was a time when I had what we call consumables, and it's beauty, baby, pets, household cleaning and paper products and over-the-counter drugs. And all of the disruption was happening in that space. And there was a creator, she was a TikToker at the time. It was 2018, we found her 2019. We were able to create a brand with her, and her name was Mindy McKnight, and she had a YouTube page called Cute Girls Hairstyles or something. She had a huge multicultural family, and she was trying to find products. What she said is, I was spending too much time trying to find products that worked for our entire household. So we worked with her to create a brand. It's called Heritage, H-A-I-R-I-T-A-G-E. It was sold exclusively on Walmart for 3 years. This year, now she's in lots of other retail outlets, but it's a brand that we built starting with a few items on a shelf that expanded to lots of items on the shelf. And the other thing that it did is it helped us reinforce what customers wanted and expect those same kinds of things in other products, or look for other brands that were creating similar products that solved customers' problems, because that's our goal. That's one example. It's an older example. I'll obviously have current examples.
Give us another one.
Okay, I'll do one more. Are you okay for do one more? Okay, good. Aaron has a brand called My Texas House. Are you here, Aaron, or somebody? You love her. See, we love her line. Well, she started 3 years ago, and she had what we call a feature, which means in a store she was on a spot that wasn't a spot that was always replenished, so when it sold out, it was over. Now she has 16 feet, and if you want one of her Christmas trees, you should get it now, because it's about 75% sold through. So she has a huge holiday line. She's in lots of categories, and the way we've built these things is we start small, and we might start with a limited number of stores. We start with the product that a creator might authentically love, and we listen to customer feedback. You all get that all the time. And then we figure out what we do next, and then what we do after that. And I think Walmart gives you an opportunity to build a brand over time. It gives you an opportunity to build a brand over time, because you can start with the items that are core, that matter the most, get feedback, make those items better, expand to more stores. Now, we're an omni business, so you might start on Marketplace, and that's awesome. I could tell you tons of stories about people who start on Marketplace, move to 1P, and then are on shelves in stores. Like, we are a place where, because we care so much about what customers love, not just what they need and not just what they want, but things that they love, things that make them feel great about the experience that they're having with us. Those are the things that help us also build trust with them.
Yeah.
And you asked a question earlier, like, what's the one metric that you look at if you were trying to decide?
Earlier today.
Yeah, on impact. And I think it's repeat, and you only get repeat if people build trust. And that applies to all of you in the same way that it applies to us at Walmart.
Nothing harder than getting somebody to buy twice.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Clem, one of the conversations that's taken place a lot, and it's not just on this stage, but out in the world, is about, brands work with creators because of their creative genius, because of what they do so well. But brands also have their own guidelines, rules, frameworks, things that they have to be authentic to. As you build partnerships, you've identified the talent you're going to work with. As you build it, how do you balance, like, ensuring they have the ability to go do what they do so well with ensuring they're delivering your message too?
I think that's the tricky stage, right? Because you've been working on that campaign for month and month on end, so you know exactly where it comes from. You have everything in your head. You know exactly how you would see it coming to life, and everyone is aligned in the brand, on the marketing channels are ready to go, and then it's letting go of that ownership that you have and trust. To your point, trust someone to take that and to deliver it in a way that is going to fit you as a brand, but also going to fit them. I think in that stage where everyone is it's the tricky stuff for everyone. Should you be agency, brand, or whatever? It's when you pass on that ownership to someone else and you trust them to execute it. It's the briefing stage. And I think I'm very, very big on having briefs that are directional and informational, but not scripted.
Right.
We don't send script. And I know sometimes you feel that, oh, but if I tell them exactly what I want, it will be easier. It won't. Because if the creator follows that script, it sounds completely off because it's not their true voice. They would have never said it this way. So the way we approach it is we give background, we give context. We try to bring them on the journey that the brand has been on for the past month to create that campaign. And then it's just trusting them to take that message and translate it into their own tone of voice. And what I found over the years is it's that delta between what the campaign was, the way that you had it in mind, and the way they translated it, that slight difference, those nuances, this is where the magic happens.
Yeah.
Because there is no point taking the time to find creators that you think work best for your brand, meeting them and onboarding them, and then forcing them all into the same box.
Right, right.
You just
Why work with them?
letting the creators create, and I know.
No, you can clap louder. Go ahead. You know what you're reminding me of is Rick Rubin, the legendary music producer, put out a book last year on creativity and filled with brilliant wisdom. One is leave room for interpretation.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
I think that's what you're suggesting.
Yeah.
And so let me ask you, as we get towards time, I'm going to ask you both the last question, different question. Clem, sticking with you, as the creator economy, as the relationships between brands and creators continue to scale more and more, as there's more and more learning, I'm going to ask you to crystal ball it. Where do you think it might go near term, right? You don't have to, even if you told us what you thought 5 years from now, it wouldn't matter. What do you think the near-term future is for these collaborations?
I think when we've seen it evolve over time, I think the audience is getting so educated around partnerships between creators and brands, right? So they know exactly what a partnership is and they can see through it. They want to be spoken to with genuineness and transparency. I think they can see right through when something is not the right fit or when the brief was so scripted. So I think that creators will continue to be so selective on who they align themselves with within brands. That doesn't mean that it has to be only short-term or only long-term. I think it's going to be hyper-curated. And there is something that I tend to say all the time. Within community building, what we see is trust is the currency of community building. It takes so long to build, so creators are rightfully so protective of it, but once you break it, it's gone. So I think creators will be even more protective, even more specific around the partnership they align themselves with. And I think the words authenticity, genuineness, and transparency will take even more space in that conversation, for sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, for sure.
It reminds me of something somebody said on a panel yesterday, which is brands need to be sure that they are creator friendly, or ain't nobody going to want to work with you. Latrice, last question for you, which is from your point of view, right? And this too is scaling, and you're putting more and more, you've got more and more experience as time goes by. I'm wondering what learnings and or advice you might be able to share with the audience, in particular the creators here as they consider developing their own brands and maybe solving a problem of need, want, and love for Walmart. What might you tell them where might they start thinking about it?
Probably won't surprise you that I'll start with the customer or the audience. Sam Walton told us there's one boss, it's the customer, and they can tell you exactly how they feel about you by shopping somewhere else, by spending somewhere else. So all feedback isn't fun, but our audiences, our customers give us feedback. They tell us what they want, they tell us what they like and what they don't. And we have to take what we're getting and make sure that we're doing everything we can to make our products, our prices, and our experiences better. So I'd say customer feedback, audience feedback is at the heart of, I think, what drives most collaboration for us. The second thing is value, and that means quality products at a great price. Doesn't mean everything has to be low price, these relationships don't mean that you don't make money. Like, this is a business for you in the same way it's a business for us, but you have to have a value equation that works for the customer if you want them to keep coming back to you. And then the final thing is taking feedback, is getting the feedback. Our team, in collaborations with us, we're looking at what the customer wants and needs, and we're trying to make sure that we are the place where they can get access to it. And the way you've created a product might be perfect and it might be imperfect, but the teams that I have look at products and categories all day, every day, and everything that they know is about a particular category. They know the things that you know, the things you don't know. They know the things that are coming. They knew the things that worked and didn't work. So taking that feedback to help make your product better is the role that we have to play. Goal isn't to just get a product, it's to have a product that meets the needs, wants, and creates customer love, and is sustainable and helps you build over time. So I'd say make sure you're thinking about the customer or the audience, the people who want the product, deliver value, and then taking the feedback so you have a successful collaboration.
And that is the final word. Thank you both so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We're now excited to bring you our final Creator Upfronts.
Hi, I'm Ken Styles. I'm a men's fashion and lifestyle creator based here in Houston, Texas, and this is my story. I started my content journey 4 years ago. My goal was and remains inspiring young men to embrace their individuality and to prove to them that looking good and feeling confident can be easy. I consider my platform a privilege, and I do not take it for granted. Now let me show you how we got here.
Well, thank you for meeting me at lunch. That's something I want to talk to you about.
Okay, what?
With my channels growing, I really think I could go far with this.
I mean, I agree. You're doing great, but after college, right?
That's the thing. I'm thinking about dropping out. I want to go full time.
Yeah, no. You're not dropping out of college.
But
You're finishing
Mom.
school. I don't care. Why can't you just do what you've been doing?
Well, I wake up at 5 a.m. and I go to bed at 1 a.m. I'm juggling everything, and if I had more time, I know I could take this further.
But dropping out means quitting track, and you'd lose your scholarship.
I know.
But you love track.
Not really. Not anymore.
Nordstrom won't cover all of your bills long term. If you quit track, you lose your scholarships and you have to get student loans. If you quit school and you don't have a degree, then you have nothing to fall back on. And content creation can be so unpredictable. What if...
I know there's risk, but the thrill I get from taking an idea into something real, I don't know. Like, I got Dick's Sporting Goods attention, so who knows who else I can get. I want to inspire other guys who look like me. Show them that they don't have to fit into one box. Show that with dedication, you can create your own path. This is who I am. I just need you to support me and trust me.
Cameron, I do trust you. What if it doesn't work?
But what if it does?
And now, please welcome Cameron Brown, fashion and lifestyle creator, and interviewer Randall Lane, Chief Content Officer, Forbes.
But what if it does? Is that your new? Is that the new catchphrase? I like it.
Yeah, I might just put that on a T-shirt.
I think so. Or you can get it on a hat upstairs on the second floor.
Maybe if y'all allow me to get a second hat.
TM, you mentioned in your video how much joy you get taking an idea and taking it to execution. So how do you come up with your ideas?
Really just going through life every day. Talking to my friends, hanging out with them, seeing what they're going on in their life, sitting at a coffee shop, listening in on other people's conversations, what events are they getting ready for. And that usually gives me some inspiration overall of concepts.
Yep.
And then in terms of execution on how I'm gonna film it, usually just watching like short films on YouTube, cinematic movies, and stuff like that.
And who inspires you?
Man, a lot of people. I'll say
Not
the biggest.
Not allowed to say your family.
I'll say the biggest inspiration right now in terms of creativity would be Carl Shakur, for sure.
Okay. In terms of partnering with brands, and we saw some of them you're partnering with, how do you pick them? They pick you as an inbound, outbound. How's your deal flow work?
Really, it's a mix of I reach out, they reach out, we just get to talking.
You didn't have your numbers up there. Tell us about your audience, your engagement, all that good stuff.
I got you. Well, I have about 640,000 on TikTok, 96,000 on Instagram, and 5,000 on YouTube. In terms of engagement, I got like a 6% click-through rate. And then demographics, like, it's really broad. I range between 18-year-old to 35-year-old men, 90% men across all platforms.
Okay. Well, again, men are hard to reach. So that's
yeah.
How? Tell me one piece of content that's worked with a brand and why.
I'll say the biggest one right now would be Walmart No Boundaries. I just thought that was a perfect collaboration because some of my audience don't have the access or just the funds of getting some of the other brands that I promote versus Walmart. I think it's a little bit easier to get their clothing because of their app, the website, and stores, and then just the range of products that No Boundaries holds is amazing.
What about the worst piece of content you've ever done and what you learned from it?
Oh, man. The worst piece of
content that just
content.
landed with a thud.
In terms of like brand partnerships?
You name it. Brand partnership or just like backlash or no viewers or no engagement.
Honestly,
because you can learn more. You learn more from failure than success.
I can't think of one off the top of my head. I guess just my most recent video I did, it wasn't a brand partnership though, it was just organic. I just wanted to like try something experimental and just see how much boundaries can I push in terms of streetwear.
All right, pushing boundaries on. By the way, this is the last block of creative, so I'm asking a few questions that are a little different from the rest of the 2 days. So sorry. Just to keep it fresh. How do you figure out how much to charge?
Man, honestly, I leave that up to my manager. I try to stay out of that. I like to just worry about the creative process of everything. That's what I find joy in.
What was, if you had like a dream brand that you're not working with, what would it be?
Definitely Lexus. I love working with cars. As you saw in the video, I worked with Hyundai. That was a fun experience. I would love to work with Lexus or ASRV.
What was, how long have you been doing this? Since you went from the Sam Houston track scholarship to the Nordstrom scholarship, which was probably kind of scary. I think you were hinting at that. How long did it take once you cut the cord till you knew you were going to be okay?
Really, I knew I was going to be okay. Because whenever I decided that I loved content more than running track, I had that one-on-one conversation with God, and he was just like, if you trust in what I can do, just do it. So I just jumped for it, and there was a lot of trials and tribulations, getting the notice on my apartment door saying that I need to pay the rent, all that.
Maybe you can get a kind of real estate partnership and you can handle that.
That'd be nice.
What can we look forward to you in 25? What are you excited about?
I really just say the quality and the value that I plan to bring onto my platforms. I want to try to merge the gap between cinema content and men fashion while still pushing a new narrative on what it is to be a positive role model being a man.
All right. We appreciate what you're doing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Cam.
Thank you.
Hey, besties. True confidence doesn't come from the acceptance of other people. It comes from the acceptance of yourself. I have a podcast. Excuse me. My friend launched a podcast yesterday. It's called Anna's Guide if you're interested. I do not have all the answers. And that's exactly why I'm so happy that you're here. Anna's Guide is the beginning of a wonderful journey where our glass will always be half full. Guys, it's the emotional fulfillment. Oh, how about we winter arc trying coffee shops? Hot take. In life, you only have a couple why moments. They're the moments where there's a fork in the road. Not why as in like the question, why as in like, which way could you choose? I'm not sure if this is common knowledge, but I got a master's in film and television production after I got my undergrad in engineering. I'm so happy that you're here.
And now, joining Randall in conversation, please welcome Anna Sitar, digital creator and podcast host.
All right, hey.
Hi, Randall. How's it going?
Going good. All right, so we got an idea of your vibe here, but we're at Upfront, so tell us about your audience. Give us some real numbers. How big's your audience? What's your niche?
Yeah.
All that good stuff.
Okay, well, I'm someone who praises saying that there's no such thing as a niche, but I kind of fit into the realm of women's lifestyle.
You can only say that if you have a big audience. So how big's your audience? So.
But women's lifestyle and empowerment, kind of just fitting into a space and creating a corner of the internet that I feel like when I was growing up I didn't always have or couldn't find so easily. So just making sure that everybody feels welcome, that it's a space where you feel good, where we talk about mental health, but we also talk about looking for the goodness in every single day. And we have 13 million friends there, which is crazy.
Which platform? Break that down by platform.
Over across Instagram and TikTok and YouTube.
Okay, the big three. What, in terms of engagement, what are your engagement numbers?
That's a great question. I think it varies on the video, but my reach is usually to most of my Midwest girlies. I'm from Michigan originally, so being able to just kind of like pull back the curtain of this LA lifestyle, getting to go to really fun events with different people and bring my community along with me is my favorite thing.
And it's a big community. So you got a couple of your team here. How deep do you roll? How big's your team?
How deep do I roll in my team?
Yeah.
I have the most incredible team of vary from like UTA to my publicist at Align, and then I have the most amazing manager. So just a handful of friends that get me here.
So tell us about frequency. You've got your three main platforms.
Yep.
What do you do frequency-wise? Is it like once a day on each one, or do you alternate? Or how do you look in terms of how you clearly had success? A lot of people here emulating that success. What's the right frequency?
I think that the secret is authenticity. It's not really about how often you post, but posting something that feels really true to you. When I was first starting my channel, I had just graduated my mechanical engineering degree from Western Michigan University, and then I came to LA to get my master's in film and television production, and I was alone in a city, and I knew no one. And so who did I have? My cell phone. And I started making videos for fun. 1 or 2 videos a day is where I started out, and then suddenly the pandemic hit, and I moved back in with my mom and dad at 22. Super fun, super exciting, and had a lot more time to make videos. So at that point then I was making 5 to 8 videos on TikTok a day.
Right.
And then of course that doesn't have much longevity. So once I kind of hit an area where I felt like I had a really informed, valuable community who like enjoyed what I was making, they were happy whether I was posting 5 videos a day or 1 video a day. And so it can vary depending on how I'm feeling.
How do you, and then when you work with brands, what do you think about in terms of campaigns? Is it like, again, we saw a lot of kind of examples of there, but deep dive us on a couple that have worked and what you've done in terms of ideation, execution, and frequency.
Absolutely. I feel like partnerships are the best when they're organic and when they fit immediately into your brand. I kind of have a rule of thumb that if you haven't seen the product before, my community is going to wonder where it came from. So partnering with brands that I know are true to me and true to what my community is going to enjoy, especially being in like that Midwest area, like what do you have access to, what's close by, what can you see online that you're going to love trying in person, and giving true, genuine feedback on those products as well. Yep. But I partner with everything from different coffee companies to clothing to high-end designer and fashion like Louis Vuitton and Dior. So it can vary across the board, but I think the impact is like the most high value that I can have.
We've heard a lot about a lot of success stories, especially with brands, but you post, you have a big audience, you post a lot. I'm sure you've had at least 1 or more incidents where it didn't work or there was some backlash that people complain. How do you work with a brand if something doesn't go according to plan?
Honestly, I've been really fortunate that I feel like with a lot of my brands, I'm very diligent before I even get into the process that I've tried the product, I know it works, and I know it's something that fits for my community, which alleviates that. And I also think it's great as like firsthand, I didn't sign management or partnership super early on. Like UTA, I waited until I had a pretty decent sized following, and I did all that relationship building on my own with brands prior to having UTA there. So even now, like the brands can have my cell phone number. I'd rather them like tell me honestly and have a conversation about what they're looking for, because I know this is a two-way street. Just like I want your product to look good, I want to like provide for you this great experience where you're going to be able to show your product in a way that's organic and authentic to you and organic and authentic to me, because that's the only way that it's going to work both ways.
As you've been doing this, you know, you've had this big rise. What would you point to as your big break?
Oh.
There had to be one, you know, especially in this business. You can see it, you could feel it.
Here's what's crazy. I was a slow burn. I think all of COVID, it was just it was consistency. Like I said before, like the frequency didn't really matter as much as just kind of checking in every day. And I truly felt like I was checking in with all my friends online and getting to bring them with me on the journey. I've had like so much fun starting new projects this year, like Anna's Guide, which is my podcast and like allows my community to see me from a different light and a different level. But I also don't think that there's a big break. I think whenever you think you've made it to the top of the mountain, you can turn around and see a bigger one. So we're turning to face that next one.
All right, well, you know, a lot of big mountains to come. We appreciate your time. We're out of time, but thanks for all you do. So
thank you so much, guys.
You got it.
Thank you.
If you had to capture your style in one bold statement, what would that be?
I would classify my style as an accessible, classy style with just a hint of fastness, because I believe style is not defined by your budget, honey. Was that too much?
Meet Kita of More Kita, your go-to guru, who proves that style isn't about how much you spend, but how you wear it.
Hi, I'm Kita, and I'm a fashion and lifestyle content creator, and I believe that both fashion and style is for everyone, regardless of your budget. For me, it's all about curating a style that's both uniquely you and affordable.
Kita's journey started with a simple mission: to show women they don't need to break the bank to feel stylish. She shares tips on how she transforms affordable quality pieces into stunning high-end looks. With over 108,000 YouTube subscribers, millions of views, a highly impressive engagement and conversion rate, and a fast-growing Instagram following, she helps women solve styling issues related to busy schedules, limited budgets, and finding versatile pieces that fit their lifestyle, all while adding a little laughter to their day and creating a safe space to join the style conversation. But Kita is more than just a content creator. She's on a mission to make a real impact.
I'm currently working on a nonprofit organization for women who don't have access to affordable, stylish clothing. Now, this is something that's very near and dear to my heart because I've actually experienced this in the past, so I can definitely relate.
From in-depth fashion reviews to effortless style inspiration, she has created content for top-name brands, proving that she knows how to bring the best of fashion and lifestyle to any platform, making her a trusted voice on the style scene.
I want to be more than just a content creator and an influencer. I want to be the affordable style revolution that your content feed has been waiting for.
And now, joining Randall in conversation, please welcome Kita Wilson, creator, filmmaker, and owner.
You got fans.
I know, I'm loving
it. All right, that was a cool video.
Oh, thanks.
How do you kind of juggle you're about affordability if your content is too slick, or do you kind of make it a little less slick on purpose? Or I want to know how you, when you're trying to connote that, create content with affordability in mind in terms of style and substance.
So first of all, it starts with an eye. I feel like I have an eye to look at items that look more expensive. I look at the quality.
It's like an eye like this.
Man, it's
There's
two
a lot
eyes.
of eyes
I'm locked
in. This
in.
room
I'm
like this,
caught in. But I can actually look at the quality, the material, and determine how I can find something that's more affordable and just style something up.
So, but then in terms of the content you create, are you trying to do kind of, again, we have so many people who are trying to make their content look so good, and in some ways that would be a little off-brand, or maybe you find that works. But
it works for me. I enjoy the editing and the look of it, so I do want it to look high-end. I think where the relatability comes in is if you actually watch my video and hear me talk, I am not ashamed to mess up, flub, and laugh at myself. So I feel like all those pieces together, for me, it just marries really well.
Yep. How do you, we've asked a couple people this, but especially with so many buyers in the room, do you find people are coming to you or you're going to them? It's a mix, but which do you find is driving more of your business?
It's both. I am a one-woman show. I don't have a team or anything like that, so I am out there pitching brands. Yeah. They are coming to me, so it's a collaboration. It's between the two.
And in terms of what, how you get inspiration, you just go in the stores, or how you.
All of the and above. So mainly from my audience. If you look at your comment section, I mean, that tells it all. So my audience is the one who's actually consuming this information. So I take their feedback to heart. And plus, I do what I love too, because content creation is hard enough as it is. I want to be able to produce something that makes me happy. So I get inspiration from what I love and what my audience is.
I asked Cam this question. I think it's interesting because we're together. This room's creating kind of entirely new genre here. Mm-hmm. How do you figure out how to charge people, especially doing it yourself, what the right price is? You don't want to oversell, you don't want to undersell.
I'm still working that out, I'm telling you. It's still a struggle because there's nothing really that can teach you what's right and what's wrong. Right. So I'm going to be honest. Sometimes I really under budget myself, and sometimes I'll shoot out a number and the brand is like, ooh, child, you ain't there yet.
What, if you had to look over this year at one piece of content that folks here, both the brand reps and the creators, could learn from, what's a good case study?
That can learn from. I think it was with Walmart. I actually did a Roku TV commercial with them, and it was trying to test new ways to have customers interact and make it easier for them to shop. So I definitely think brands can learn from that. And then also just creators as well, thinking outside the box and making things easier for your audience.
Okay. Tell us, you mentioned the nonprofit component.
Yes.
So what's that about? By the way, well, everybody says that. Very few people do that. We've talked, the word authenticity has probably come in this world, this room too many times today. Mm-hmm. So how do you do that in a way that's real? Because again, everybody's got, you can feel the purpose that you have. Mm-hmm. So I'm asking you this as somebody who's clearly can walk that walk, but how do you do that in a way that's not just checking a box?
As far as the nonprofit, because I've walked that walk. I mean, honestly, I grew up very poor, grew up in poverty, and so I've had those experiences where I couldn't afford that. And even as a single mom, my daughter's 21, by the way, but even as a single mom, I remember going to a corporate interview when I used to work in corporate America, and I had to determine if I can use this extra money to buy me this nice professional suit, or am I going to feed my child? So I can literally walk the walk. So of course I'm going to talk the talk.
Right. And again, if people sense that. All right. So we have about 45 seconds left. Mm-hmm. What new initiative are you rolling out that you're excited about that you think some of the buyers here should know?
Really, the only thing that I'm focusing on right now, other than just working on my content, is that nonprofit. That's just really near and dear.
What's the idea of the nonprofit?
So it's just giving women access to affordable clothing.
How so?
Working with partnering with other resources and other companies that do that.
Kind of like a Dress for Success type of model.
Yep.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's a good cause.
Yep.
Great. Well, again, I have no doubt that will continue to infuse your brand. Congrats on the amazing growth.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And we look forward to more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Get it.
This way.
What's up, guys? Let's get ready for the first ever Forbes Creators Upfront. To start you guys off by telling you a little bit about myself. My name is Alexandra Pohl, but I go by Xandra. I am a content creator and a DJ. 24 years old, and I've been creating content for about 2 years now. I've been a DJ for the past 7. Maybe asking yourself this question right now: why is this girl getting ready in front of me? The reason is this is the type of content that I make every single day. I get ready, I do travel vlogs, I lip sync, I pretty much do it all. I probably share a little too much of my life, but that's a story for a different day. Posting most of that content on either TikTok or Instagram, I'd say those are definitely my main two. TikTok, I believe I have 1.2 million, and then on Instagram, I believe I have about 470,000 followers. I love my followers so much. Without them, I'd be nothing. I take making content very, very seriously. Honestly, it's something that brings me so much joy. I'm able to interact with my audience and have friends all over the world. I feel like always the number one question is, how do you decide what content to make and how do you decide what to post? And the biggest advice I could ever give to anyone is just do whatever feels right for you. You have to be super creative and come up with new things every day, but at the same time, when you find something that lands good with your audience, you just stick with it. Like for instance, Get Ready With Me's. One of my favorite parts about making content is being able to make content for brands. An amazing team that works with all these brands, which is able to really let me be creative and let them handle all of the logistical parts. When it comes to brands I've worked with, we've been doing this for a minute now, so we've definitely worked with a lot of brands. I try to remember some of the big ones, being Michael Kors, Coach, Kerastase, L'Oreal, Makeup Forever, First Aid Beauty, Milk Makeup, Hero Cosmetics. I mean, the list can go on for forever. I'm so grateful that I've been able to work with all these amazing brands and hopefully work with a ton more. Other products or businesses that I have is definitely my DJing and my merch line that's about to come out. I'm really excited because those are two things that I'm very passionate about, and without my business online, I would never be able to do that. It was so nice meeting all you guys, and I will see you soon, Forbes. And that's a final. I'll see you guys.
And now, please welcome Xandra, DJ and content creator.
All right, I want to take everyone back to the first time I saw Xandra was a few weeks ago at Forbes Under 30 Summit, Cincinnati.
Yes.
We had Metro Boomin as the headliner, and we had Xandra as the opener. And Xandra, you killed it. I mean, it was a real, because usually also, by the way, if you have a DJ, usually, it's at the end. And but you had that crowd pumping in the end, and this is not, I could testify, you're not DJ, you were DJ first.
Oh, yes.
You're not DJ, we know all these, influencers who DJ, air quotes.
Yeah, it's a big
You do
big
not
problem.
DJ, you're a DJ, you were really good, really good, really good.
Thank you
And by the
so
way,
much.
in Cincinnati, you're a big deal. So tell us about
Yeah.
your roots. Cincinnati loves you, so what's
Yeah.
up,
It's where I'm born and raised, so.
hometown hero, so it's great. All right, you again, you're very up close and personal in your content. You said story for another day. Today's the day. Where did that come from, and why do you do it, and is it too much, or is it just right?
I mean, I started making content when I was in college, and I really just wanted to grow my DJ business. And so they said you need to market yourself to be able to make more money and to be taken seriously. And so I really took that into my own hands, and I just started sharing every single aspect of my life ever, the worst times, the best times, and people just really connected with me. And then I've just created this amazing audience that follows me through my life.
Does the worst time stuff do better, or the best time video stuff do better?
It's kind of a split. People love to see people in tough places. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
But, just showing every aspect is kind of what brings people along for the ride.
Yeah, well, it definitely creates a more intimate relationship, which probably translates. How do you tie in your DJing in terms of your brand partnerships? Is it separate, or do those marry?
They marry in a lot of ways. I mean, I'm doing this partnership right now with Mango Shada, which is this new tequila coming out, and we've decided to activate at a ton of the shows.
Yep.
So they come
Tequila
out.
in a DJ set?
I
I'm
know.
shocked. Yeah.
Me and alcohol brands, like they love it. But that's been a really cool way that we're able to integrate both social media and brands and DJing all together.
I think I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when you did your set in Cincinnati, you had some bottle of somebody up there. So.
Oh yeah, we always we're always promoting everything when we're up there, from like even just using a lip gloss during a DJ set, and capturing that moment, or water, alcohol, clothing. You can do pretty much all of it.
How do you find, music's such a big part of creating, because you do it as part of your life? Is it something when you create your content, is that something that you're leaning into, or do you kind of try to do, not be too much defined by that?
I'd say definitely creating content has become my whole entire life, you know what I mean? Especially when you're sharing all these very intimate details, it kind of all intertwines into one. But the biggest thing that I've learned is you really have to understand that the internet never forgets, and you really have to take your time, because whatever you put out there, it's gonna stay forever.
That's right. And I asked this question once before, and a couple people have asked me, in terms of what they want to learn from people. When you've had something that you wish the internet forgot, how do you then work, not even necessarily being canceled, but it's something that didn't land right. how do you then work to try to turn that into a positive, or at least, a recovery?
I feel like it's just being true to yourself. And thank goodness I've never had to deal with anything like that, but it's very much about taking accountability and taking, whatever you did wrong and then changing those actions and seeing, growing as a person and then sharing that growth with your audience.
That's a couple people in this blog too. When you price things, how do you find out and how do you figure out, because everybody in this room is trying to figure it out, and you've got a nice amount of followers, you've got this extra, ability to activate in person. How do you come up with the right price? How do you make sure you don't leave money on the table, but don't scare off your brand partners?
I'd say that's kind of hard for me to answer because I have such an amazing team that works with and does pretty much all of that negotiating. But I think it's just really understanding supply and demand and what you bring to that brand and what you can do for them and what differentiates yourself from other influencers. So I know something for me is I have music and I do modeling and doing cool stuff with Forbes, and it's really kind of taking that and highlighting that to the brands, and I feel like that's what can differentiate. But yeah, you just really gotta have an amazing team. I feel like that really helps.
Last question, what are you most excited about that the buyers here should know for next few months or next year?
Oh, for me?
Yeah, for you.
Oh my gosh, well, a lot more music, a lot more touring, a lot more content, pretty much everything. I mean, life's crazy, and it's gonna keep being crazy.
Good. It'll be a busy year. We appreciate, being on the journey with you, and thanks for coming out.
Yeah, perfect.
Thanks,
Thank you so
everybody.
much.
Our programming will continue in just a moment. We hope you enjoyed these incredible creator upfronts. Now, for the power of community building, please welcome Jordan Howlett, creator, Kendall Toole, fitness icon and mental health advocate, and moderator, Alexandra York, associate editor, Forbes.
Do I have one too?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Thank you all for being here for this session. I'm super excited to talk to both Jordan and Kendall about building communities. I want to start off, though. I think the word community is thrown around a lot online. It's another one of those buzzwords like authenticity in social media. But I want to know from you guys, because I think that you both came from different backgrounds, but are approaching social media in your own ways right now. What does community mean to each of you?
Awesome. He's wonderfully set. Do you want me to lean by you so you can yell? Okay.
I think I'll just scream.
Here's another Jordan.
Oh, cool. Hello.
There we go.
Hi. Hey guys. I was gonna scream. That was probably worked more. Sorry, I'm just in such shock. I haven't seen at least the stage until right now, so I'm actually it's really nice. But to reiterate your question, what does community mean to me personally? I think community, again, it has such a wide range of meanings for all of us. It all means a lot of different things. I think for myself personally, in regards to video making, content creation, or just building community, it's about being open to listening to the people that support you, and also being open to listen to the people who don't. I think community is being able to try to adapt to, not only just to life, to what you do consume. I feel like the idea of really critically thinking about all the things that you do throughout your life helps, especially when you're building a community. You don't want just people that agree with absolutely everything that you're talking about, and you don't want people to do the opposite where they just disagree. You know, I think it's healthy to have, you know, a wide range of just variety when it comes to people, diversity rather.
Kendall, how about you?
Yeah, for me, community is really the source of, I think, everything I'm able to do now. It's truly like the core pillar. It's the core value in what I get to do. It started with my time at Peloton. It was a community focused on fitness, and then in my talking about my own mental health journey and being really open about it, it now led to 2.0 level with what I'm building now. So it's now a charity fund and the NKO fund. It's going to be something else later this 2025. I can't speak about quite yet. I hate to be that person, but I literally legally cannot. But no, community at its core is truly, I think it's the point of having connection through any type of digital age. We're all so on our screens and feeling incredibly isolated. So if you're not building a community with that screen and with the people beyond it, I really don't see the point. And I hate to say this because I know we're at we're all about creators and whatnot, but what's the point of a creator if they're not sourcing and feeding into a group of other individuals in a community and building those bridges and ties?
Yeah, no, I think that's such a fair point. And, you know, coming from, obviously, like you said, right now we're talking about the creator space, we're talking about the online and digital space, but both of you guys being athletes, I think is another like huge identity point for a lot of people. You know, whether you grew up as an athlete, you're currently an athlete, like, you know that builds a community for you almost inherently. Like, you're there with your team, you have no choice but to run together or whatever the instance is. How would you guys describe the difference between a community like that versus then building something where you can't actually see people face to face always?
Do you mind?
Yeah, feel free.
So when my experience with sports, in regards to playing, that sense of community is a little bit different, right? It's faces that you do see every day. It's consistently the same faces. And you guys feel like you're going through this grueling journey, which would be an off-season, a season, a postseason, right? And within that experience, again, you see who you're fighting for. You see that who you're with. You're all going together. When you're building something virtual, right, like a social media, you kind of go from being a part of just the team to kind of the captain, and you're really steering it a little bit, right? If you are building your own community, people then turn to you. They look at you, they say, okay, so how is this community forming, right? And it could be a handful of familiar faces in here that also create content, right? Even for yourself. People will then go and be like, okay, well, what is Kendall doing today? What is she doing in a week from now? What is this community doing, and how is she spearheading that community? And understanding that just because you are leading that community, it doesn't mean you are the #1 leader of that community. You know what I mean? That's not the case. With sports, you know, you're taught that you are a part of the team, but you also are an individual. At times, it's really hard, and it doesn't feel that way. In the creator space, you have the power to really make people feel like not only they are heard, right, but they are a part of something that is bigger than just themselves or even you, right? So, for example, I came from, like I said, sleeping out of the car, and I was working a lot of jobs, and I was really frustrated with a lot of things when it came to finances or just how life was looking for me. So I know that when I continue to grow this community or grow what I have going on, I always know that. I always know how that feels. So for the community that I am then trying to serve, right, because the audience at the end of the day, they are your boss. And I want to do the best I can for my boss. And so because of that, I need to know, like, if I'm making something, I want to make something for the person that felt like I felt when I first started, and never really lose that, right? Because that's what makes you you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that connection, what you talked about, Jordan, especially from like the sport perspective, is so key. It really does feel like you're the kind of the captain of the team, I think is the best way to put it. There's a natural inclination that can happen, I think, in social media where, because you are sharing so much of yourself with all of these people that you don't get to have face-to-face interactions with, you get the occasional great DM, but at a certain point, it's very difficult to connect on scale, and you want that interpersonal connection. I know, you know, we both care very much about our communities and how we interact, so it is very much a team captain perspective. Yeah. But I like to think of it this way too. It's like, I'm not gonna sit on a pedestal here and tell you how best to live your life. I'm gonna do my best to live my world and share my truth, as our favorite word, authentically as possible. But I love to try to think about it as like hooking arms with the people in my community next to me. Like, no one's here, no one's down here. We're at this same plane trying to forge through life together because, you know, in the world that we live in, as interconnected as it is, it's very isolatory, it's very difficult, especially if I speak about mental health all the time. I feel that often when you're trying to create content, but you don't get that human-to-human, channel-rich feedback. So being able to look at it like being a team captain, but also like being a member of 1,000-person or million-person team, that we have the same goal is about trying to thrive and find that human connection in everything that we do.
Yeah. Jordan, I want to ask you specifically because you have millions of people watching your videos, but a lot of them are filmed you in your bathroom, in your mirror alone. How do you go about then like breaking through that wall and showing people like I am either the captain of this team or I am inviting you in, even though this is just me filming content right now?
I mean, well, I tell people a lot all the time. It's weird because, again, when I talk to individuals out here and they say, like, you're the guy in the mirror, you're the mirror guy, and they ask, like, how did that happen? I am a very anxious, overthinking, introverted person. I've been doing that in the bathroom without a camera for years. That's just how I've been. I feel like a few people maybe can resonate. If not, then I'll be the one weird guy here. But
I think that would resonate with people. A lot of people feel that way, talking to themselves in the mirror.
Well, yeah. I mean, through life, like there's a lot of times you have to just consult with yourself. I talk a lot to myself. Sometimes I'll pray a lot, and so it just came natural to me to talk that way. So when I'm in the mirror, I mean, that's really kind of how I am. And so when I'm making the videos, I'm bringing you guys into that's my day-to-day, really. And I love sharing it with you guys because, like we said before, and I'll keep it really brief, but back when I played sports, like we talked about, it's a team effort. But at times, right, the higher levels, you start getting this weird feeling that you are a replaceable cog in a machine, right? If you don't perform well, you are going to be benched and someone else will take your place. And that, sadly, is a lot of sports culture. We see it in the World Series right now. We see a lot of people that we really love, but they're not performing, and now you're like, well, we got to get someone else better. That's how sports works. So for myself, I lost a big sense of who I was personally, who I was as a human being. So when I stopped playing sports, I had to find, like, who am I? Because I only felt like my only purpose was I played baseball, but being on the field, being in the gym, being part of a team and providing for that team, and if I couldn't, then who am I? And so doing these videos was a good exercise for me to just find that. And so when a community found me and they're like, well, we like what you're talking about, it made me feel great, and it made me want to just continue to do that. So if anything, I mean, I'm grateful for that audience because they're the ones that, I mean, they really saw me and they made me feel like I had worth of just being myself. So.
How do you, though, manage that pressure now? Because, you know, you do feel that in sports maybe, but also being online and being in front of millions of people every day, having to meet metrics, especially when you're working with something like, you know, working with a brand, but even building your own brands on social media, there's so much pressure that's then put on you guys. And, you know, I know you speak about the mental health side of this a lot. How are you guys both managing that pressure in a very different way now?
Yeah, thank you. I think, you know, speaking for myself on this one, it is very difficult. I think there is a lot of elite athlete. We kind of spoke about this beforehand. There is that kind of elite athlete mentality where you do realize, like, you are technically replaceable, right? You start social media and you get into, I hate to say the creator game. It wasn't a game. You were just sharing your life and sharing your purpose, and then it resonated with people. So there's this strange kind of duality that happens between wanting to just continue to be yourself and post authentically and share what's on your heart, but you do want to partner and work with brands. And I think one thing that's been very important with me is only working with people where it feels incredibly in line with either something I already use or something that I stand for in my beliefs. So like, I have to be very clear about, is this helpful to my community, or is this me maybe taking a really nice paycheck? And if that's the case, then, you know, there's been a lot of times I've said no, because it just, I put the relationship with the community first, because the second that you change that, or you kind of shift who you are because of this fear in your head that you might be replaced, you start moving in an inauthentic way. And I'll tell you, like, community can sense that so quickly. They will humble you and be like, hey, like, is something off, or what's going on? You're like, wow, this is feedback on a massive scale. Oh my God. Like, all the voices in my head have come alive.
Yeah. And have you gotten a lot of those comments, or what have those kind of, you know, the comments from your audience, whether it is something like, this is not your vibe, this is not
or what's
you.
going on.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I have my wonderful boyfriend is here in the audience, but when I was going through a breakup a couple years ago, let me tell you, people
They
sensed
knew?
something was off, and I did not tell anyone anything. So I think what's helpful too is there is a level of accountability that always comes with a really wonderful audience that you've poured time and effort into and that you've been yourself with. But also sometimes you start to grow and evolve and change. I moved on from my career at Peloton. I'm building this next chapter. And you know, you get feedback from people who, for you, you were like their emotional support human in a lot of ways. And I think as creators, we can be that for a lot of people. So finding that balance is definitely key, but it's not easy.
Yeah.
I don't think I've figured it out completely yet, if I'm totally candid.
Yeah, Jordan, how about you? How are you managing, like Kendall was saying, not just being like a cog in a wheel and like going into these partnerships just to check a box, but managing your own mental health, protecting yourself, and then finding those opportunities that you feel like really align with you?
Yeah, I mean, I think Kendall kind of said it perfectly where I don't think there's really a such thing as figuring it out. I don't think and no one has it all figured out. I think when it comes to the mental health side of things, I mean, yeah, with this, I mean, we'll be fully candid. I mean, there's severe levels of anxiety with this stuff. It's not a gigantic walk in the park, you know, and a lot of people, you got to put yourself in other people's shoes. A lot of people will see maybe just success aspect of things, or they'll see all the good things about it, right? You cannot expect other people to look at all that and then think of the bad parts. Mm-hmm. So when they look at you and they're like, you got it, I mean, literally someone today, they messaged me, or they just responded to my story and they said, man, life is stress-free for you. I'm so happy for you, right? And mind you, even though that might not be the case, I mean, that's their perspective, and I appreciate them being happy for me. But no, it's a severe grind. I mean, those levels of anxiety are still there. Those levels of overthinking and over-anxiousness are there. They're always there. But that's what makes you authentically you. Instead of trying to mask it or hide it, you'd be open to it. I am that, right? And when it comes to brand deals or partnerships, I'm never worried about the engagement of it all. Because if you do, then at that point you stop being you. At the end of the day, when I'm making a video, right, yes, it could be millions of people, but in that instance, when you're making a video, I'm just trying to talk to you, right? Yeah. Or you, or just, and it's one-on-one. You don't see it as like, okay, I'm about to talk to 30 plus million people. No, you make it as if I'm having a conversation with you, and anybody else can join in, and that's how it helps. Mm-hmm. So in a weird way, and I just explained this back there too, the fun part is making the videos and having people like them, or maybe even not like them, and have a conversation, and that is the funnest part. The difficult parts are all the things that do come with it, the fame aspect of things, or maybe all the other accolades. That's great, but that's, it's tough to navigate.
Yeah. You mentioned too, like the overthinking of all of this, and that many of us do in life. And I think that often is heightened in times of big change. Mm-hmm. And I want to talk about your move to, creating your own content. Mm-hmm. One, can you let us know a little bit behind why that was a decision you had to make, mm-hmm. and what has been the kind of process throughout that journey, pulling your things into, like we were talking about back there, something you own, this content that you own yourself?
No, I mean, it's a valid question. I've been asked quite a bit, validly so. I had a very successful career at Peloton. I loved what I did. I love teaching with all my heart. Don't worry, I will teach again. Please be patient. Don't worry, it's gonna happen eventually. But it just got to a point where it's like anything, right? It's a job, and it's a wonderful role, and it was a wonderful platform to get to connect and create community. But with that, they're a public company, and they have their own valid set of reasons and growth points and vision. And what their vision was, and how I felt I could be the most additive to society, were starting to veer off in different ways. And it got to a point where I was like, all right, if I could continue to stay here, but I know that I can only grow to X amount or stay where I'm at, or I take a risk and take a little bit of courage and swallow my pride a little bit and be like, all right, we're gonna see what's gonna happen. And I can go step out and start to build these next chapters of my business so that hopefully, I can pour into that community in an even more authentic, even more one-to-one way that I wasn't able to just because of, corporate red tape and their vision versus mine.
And what are you most focused on right now in terms of building out now your community on your own platforms?
Yeah. So I think a really important thing for me as a creator is learning, having been in this game for a little while, that owning that channel directly to everybody that I want to talk to, like being able to reach out and say, hey, here's a text or here's an email, is very important. I don't want to have to worry about sending that through another platform. So the first thing that I did when I announced I was leaving Peloton, We set up a website and collected emails, which sounds like so old school, but you guys, emails are the way, the truth, like it is it. We got to build a newsletter. I launched it about almost 2 months ago. We have 50,000 subscribers. We have a 71% open rate, which is wild. I didn't know that was good. I was just like, oh, that's cool. And it's fun because it's kind of like a journal. Like I say a little thing that's going on. We talk mental health. We have great recipes. I need to get one of your secret sauce recipes in there, maybe make it a little healthier. But we're learning from that and taking that newsletter network. And then I'll be launching, I'll tell you guys here, within the next month, I'm going to launch my own community network, live stream network. So it's kind of like think of like a Zoom channel, and people can cast in, and we do it every single week. So it's like a talk show just for the community. We're protected. We have no other voices that we don't want on there, and we can talk mental health and wellness and fitness and all the things. And then that will lead into the BIG thing, which will be summer of 2025.
Cool. Well, you heard it here first. The community
I know.
platform is coming.
It's coming. Yeah, community platform's coming. But yeah, I think really pouring into the community as best as possible and trying to find ways to reach out now that, there's a level of freedom there where I can be direct to the people that I really care about is very, very exciting.
Yeah, that's super important. Jordan, how are you thinking about growth moving forward? What else are you venturing into? How are you kind of going about the growth that you've had over the past, couple of years into the next year in the future?
Yeah, biggest thing for me, be fully candid is, my family, my faith and family are the two of the most important things in the world to me, and I want to make sure my family is okay. And that's been the same, and as we continue to grow, that's just been the goal for me. But in regards to doing that, it's how do we do that? How do we make sure that can get achieved? And there's a lot of vehicles that we try to do. The entrepreneurial way is great. We have the Fast Food Secrets Club, which is going to be, we start off with merch and it will develop into something a little more bigger and exciting, which I'm excited about. And as we do the same thing, this stuff is still so much fun to me. It's a lot of fun. And the minute it stops being fun is the minute that you'll see me stop doing it, and I want to stay true to that. And I think even as we grow toward the entrepreneurial side of things, the philanthropic side of things, same thing. It's just a lot of fun to not only have the Fast Food Secrets Club build up and have a lot more fun stuff coming out soon, but just as we move into, it can be anything, traditional media or otherwise, just make sure I'm having fun with it, and hopefully people who are experiencing it feel like they're a part of the ride as well. So.
I want to ask too, there are a lot of CMOs, marketing people in the audience, and just other creators in general. What's the biggest piece of advice you each have for brands in terms of tapping into your own communities in order to, benefit their own?
Can you please a question one more time for me? I'm so sorry.
For the brands in the audience, what is your best piece of advice for how they can, utilize your communities to build up whatever they're building?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, when it comes to community utilization, right, if we work together and if we're trying to really talk to the people in the community, understand that there are people in the community, they are individuals that have their own things going on in life, nothing's great, nothing's perfect. So as long as you understand that and start working from that perspective forward, you'll find a lot of success in just putting yourself in other people's shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I think too, getting to be as human as possible is important. It's something that I feel like we've kind of seen the gambit of it all. We've seen very edited media. We've seen, we're going to have a lot of AI come into play in the future. As human as you can get is my goal, and is something that I want to work with people who believe in that too. So I want to be with people in person. I want to do a pop-up event and have an activation. I just did one with my partner Lululemon. I'm a global ambassador for them for World Mental Health Day. And we put a slide in the Fifth Avenue store and trampolines. It was so fire. Guys, everybody needs to get on a trampoline if you're stressed out. It's so great. But it was really wonderful to watch people just kind of wake up and get to be human again. And I think the more that we can create moments and activations that root us back down in our own humanity and distance us from just product or too much narrative and too much messaging, I think is really powerful.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me up here today. We're out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
We will now transition to our breakout sessions. We have 3 breakout sessions today, hosted by TikTok, Whaler Group, and Walmart Creator. As a reminder, you'll be attending the 2 sessions you signed up for through our event app. If you don't have a space in a breakout session, we invite you to explore the experiences throughout the venue, brought to you by Forbes and Walmart Creator. Please make your way to your sessions now, and be sure to return promptly at 4:30 for a special performance by Stevie Mackey, and to hear from the biggest TikToker in the world, Kabi Lame. will resume shortly.
I did, and now
And now for our final conversation of the program. From memes to millions, the unlikely journey of Kabi Lame, TikTok's global superstar. Please welcome Kabi Lame, creator and filmmaker, and interviewer Stephen Bertoni,
Hello.
assistant managing editor, Founders Forbes.
Hello, everybody. We're finishing with a bang. Kabi, welcome.
Oh, thanks so much. Hello, guys. How's it going? It's pretty weird to hear me speak, but I speak.
And you're speaking. Last time we met, we did a video, and it was done in Italian through a
Yeah,
translator.
because until last year, my English was zero, and I work hard in this year for start to speak in English, and I will try my best today.
You're doing really good.
Thank you, thank you.
So on stage right now, between Kabi and I, there's a combined, 178 million TikTok followers, and it's all you. So you are the most followed person on TikTok, maybe around the world. Tell me, what did you do? What were you doing before you got into social media? What was your day in the life?
Oh, before I got into social media, I was doing a lot of things. I was working in the factory, and I was taking care to my family, like I'm doing now.
Yeah.
Same things, and It's a good question.
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
So you're working.
I was really poor.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah. You were working in a factory. What were you making in a factory? What you got? What were you doing?
I was thinking about that, but it's really complicated to explain it. It's something about the metal, and I was doing pieces for the car.
Okay.
And but after that job, I also done other things. I work in the restaurant. I wash plates, I build house.
Yeah, busy, a lot of stuff. But then that all changed pretty soon. When did you start creating content?
I started create content during the COVID times. In the COVID, I started to make video. But it was a completely different kind of content that I was used to make in the beginning. I was used to make still silence video, but with subtitles in Italian, and that's it.
And when did it take off? What was your first big break?
My first big break. My first big break was when I started to speak. When I started to make silence video. When I started to use when I started to see in the social media that was full of video that somebody could do something, Yeah. And I wanted to be that somebody and make the things simple. And create new content.
What was the first video that started getting a lot of views?
I guess it's the video of the banana one.
Tell me about the banana.
If I'm not wrong, I don't know. It was one of my first viral video, and it was simply was just one guy that was cutting into 100 pieces a banana for opening. I just opened the banana. It's right. It's not that hard to open a banana,
And there you go.
And they just make the video, and the video got viral. People got crazy. Oh wow, you're opening this banana. I say yes. It's not that hard, and I start to make more content, and now I'm here speaking with you.
Amazing. Yes, a round of applause for that.
Thank you.
When did it become a full-time, when did creating content become a job? When could you stop washing dishes and building houses and working in the factory? When did it become a career?
Oh, they become a career when I start to show on TV that the people were starting to make the same move that I was doing. I started to see the football player that was starting to celebrate and doing the move. I said, hey, wait a minute. These things is going viral. So I think that maybe I'm there to make something. And I keep use the things and
It just goes.
Just keep going.
What is the secret? How do you think, there's so much competition out there, there's so many I think the world has 70 million creators right now. How did you get so many followers?
It's a big good question too. You know, first things I think you should not care about making money. That's the first good things. Because if you are just too in a rush to make money, so I have to make it. I have to arrive there. I have to make it. But you're not gonna make it if you are that obsessed of make it. You know, I think you should. I think I just start to make what I like. You know, I start to make content. And that time in the COVID times was a really bad moment. So a lot of people lost job. A lot of people was dying in that moment. So I just started to use the video for bring something.
Mm-hmm. Entertainment and like lighthearted.
Entertainment, bring some smile, you know, some happiness. And they end up that they get more than they expect.
Yeah. How do you come up with your ideas? Because you have a lot of you have so many followers, and there's I think a lot of pressure, a lot of responsibility, because what you're seeing is going to be seen by millions of people.
Yes.
So when you come up with an idea, take me through I have an idea to filming. Like how do you come up with your comedy?
Oh. How I come up with my comedy? I look what something is funny and I make it. It's not that. It's you know, it's not
simple as that. Everyone should do it.
Yeah, like this, you know. And when also, yeah, it's just this. When I see something funny, I say, "Wow, this video, maybe I can make something. Maybe I cannot, you know." But more of the time, I can.
Yeah, amazing. All right, we're done. Thanks, everybody. In terms of how do you like to work with brands? I mean, I remember you have a great Hugo Boss deal. I'm looking, look how tight that fit is right now. It looks amazing.
Thank you.
So you work with Hugo Boss. I know you have a Fortnite character. There's a Kaby Lame Fortnite character.
Oh yes.
You have products in Walmart. In Walmart. You did a big Allstate commercial for the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. How do you work with brands, and what advice do you have for brands that want to work with you?
Oh, first of all, I always, when they contact me, I make sure that I'm promoting something that is not gonna, because I have a lot of kids that follow me. You know, I can't promote. I can promote alcohol. You know, I can promote, and I get a lot of offers from alcohol, but I always say no, because first of all, I'm Muslim, you know, and I don't want to promote alcohol. And I don't want the other people, the kids, starting to drink. And I always choose the things that they're not gonna make like
yeah, you want your brand to be
to
everybody PG, as they say.
Yeah, to be clean, most clean possible, you know.
But then when someone comes to you, like with like Allstate, like with Hugo Boss,
yes.
They say, "We just do your thing, Kabe," or they give you instructions? Like, how do you work with them?
Yeah, with Boss, we start in the beginning, like when I was already become famous, was like I was growing in that time. And in the beginning, I started to get, after the boom, I started to get a lot of followers. I was getting 5-6 million followers a day.
Wow.
And
Just a few.
and Hugo Boss, they just came there and give me this contract from they believe in me from the beginning.
Yeah.
They say, oh, I know this guy is gonna be the #1. So they just make me a contract from ambassador. And I was, from before I was washing plates, you know. And when they give me this contract, I was very, very, very shocked. It was my first contract in my life. And I'm pretty familiar with them.
Okay.
So it's not that hard working with them because it's already 3 years that we are together. So they call me and say, Kabi, oh, you will have to do this. I say, okay. So I go, I do the things. You know, well, we are pretty good.
Pretty good. And I know you do a lot of work with movies. I remember you did a great series with promoting Oppenheimer with Matt Damon and stars. And you did a lot with with Will Smith and everyone for Bad Boys.
Yeah.
How do you work with them? Do you write the scripts? They tell you, are you acting at that point? Or are you also coming up with the ideas and the sketches and you're working with brands? How does that work?
Oh, they works like the things happen with Robert Downey Jr. They contact me, they contact the agent, they say, oh, Kabi, we want one of your story, you can write us something, if we can make a video and can promote the movie. I say, okay, no problem. Okay. I'm writing the story. I send it to them, and they accept. They say, oh, cool. And I go where they want me, and I make the video.
It sounds simple. So you were washing dishes, and then 3 years later, you're writing a script for Robert Downey Jr. and Matt Damon to follow.
Yeah, that's the things.
Yeah. I like that. How about Will Smith? You give Will Smith tips?
No, he give me tips. He just tell me to keep going, like everybody, you know.
Through this incredible journey, what has been the biggest surprise for you?
Being here. It was a big surprise, but I think I'm gonna have more surprise in my life. So I'm just walking. I'm just staying to the ground and doing my best.
If you could go back in time, and give yourself one piece of advice right before you became one of the most famous people in the world, what advice would you tell yourself?
Get a lawyer for look the contract. You don't look the contract by yourself. It's not good.
If you get burnt one time?
But it's okay. It's okay. They happen.
Love it. It happens. And you've been in like Super Bowl ads. You're in video games. There's a Kabe player in Fortnite. What are you doing now? What's next? What are you excited about?
Now I'm working for my movie. I'm working for my own movie. I'm working for Double Kabe. It's like a secret agent, like 00 Kabe. You know, the secret with these things. I'm gonna be there and that's it. I'm gonna make the movie. Yeah. And I'm gonna invite you if you wanna come.
Are you shooting? Here we go. Are you shooting it now?
No, I'm not shooting it now. We are working with the script. We are working with the cast. And I think we're gonna be ready by March, maybe.
Are you gonna talk? Are you gonna speak in the movie?
Who knows?
Are you gonna do your own stunts?
Yeah. I would like to do it because I think it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
It's gonna be really fun.
I like that. Besides the movie, what are you doing social media-wise these days?
Now, I'm reading a lot of manga right now. I'm reading One Piece.
Yeah. You said a lot of manga, right?
Yeah.
So Kabe was telling me he learned to speak English by reading Japanese comic books. So I like that. That's very international, right?
Yeah, but they are not Japanese. They are in English.
Yes.
They are Japanese manga, but they are in English.
Are you going to do manga content? Are you going to do manga content, you think?
Manga content?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to a Comic-Con a long time ago. I went dressed up like Deadpool so nobody could recognize me. So I went there just to take some picture and make some fun, get some fun.
I love it. Well, we have a room full of creators right now. You're the master. What advice do you have?
Master.
Yeah,
That's a
please,
big
go.
word,
Don't be humble.
man.
Don't be humble.
Master.
What advice do you have to anyone out there that says, I want to be a creator? What would you tell them? What would be the advice?
Yeah, keep going and don't think about what other people tell, and just do what you want to do, you know, because you got one life, and if you're gonna stay here you're gonna stay here all what the people are gonna tell to you, you're gonna waste your life hearing to the other people, and you're gonna just let your life going without doing anything. Just be you and do what you want to do. That's it.
That's good advice. Big round of applause for that.
Thanks so much.
And that's a great place to end, unfortunately.
I was a screen here.
Right, yeah.
See,
You didn't see us up there, right?
can
Looking
see
sharp.
myself.
I gotta work on my game. This is tight.
All right.
Tight.
Yeah.
What about brands? We have a copy.
Looking good
Looking
from
good.
the back.
I gotta wear a tie next time.
No.
What about, we have a lot of marketers and brands out there. What advice do you have for brands that want to work with people like you?
Be simple.
Be simple.
Be simple.
Yep. All right. We got to end. That's great advice. Kabe, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please sit tight as we get ready for a special performance by Stevie Mackey. We hope you've enjoyed today's program. And now, to close out the day, please welcome artist and celebrity vocal coach, Stevie Mackey.
All right, everybody, we're about to jam a little bit. I'm gonna make you clap, and I'm gonna make you sing. So we're gonna start like this right here. Slow down, yeah. Now, if you know this song, join with me. Here we go, and sometimes in our lives, we all have pain. We all have sorrows, but if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me, sing with me. When you're, yes, choir, come on. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long, till I'm gonna need somebody to lead. One more time, lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lead. Okay, that was the choir test right there. I mean, it's all about you guys. I sing, but I like to make everybody else sing. So let me see. Let me do a 90s test. Let me see. Oh, somebody knows this. Let's see. Here we go. I don't know what that you've done to me. It's called me the crazy way. I hear you. Keep singing. Whatever it is that you doing, it's a feeling that I want. Oh, come on. Let me hear you. When my heart starts beating triple time, with thoughts of loving you on my mind, I can't figure out just what to when the cause and cure is you. Here we go. I get so weak in the knees, I can hardly speak. I lose all control and something takes over me. In a daze, I feel so amazing. It's not a phase, I want you to stay with me. By my side, I swallow my pride. Your love is so sweet, it knocks me right off of my feet. Can't explain why your love, it makes me weak. Who knows the second verse? Oh, come on. Time after time after time, I tried to fight it. Oh, come on. Singing. Resistance is down when you're around. Christ fading. In your position, I don't wanna be alone. When my heart, let me hear you. When my heart starts beating triple time, with thoughts of loving you on my mind, I can't figure out just what to do when the cause and cure is you. Yeah, I get so weak in the knees, I can hardly speak. I lose. Oh, I hear the background. Come on, background. By my side, I swallow my pride. Your love is so sweet, it knocks me right off of my feet. Yeah. I can't explain why your love, it makes me weak. Anybody know the next part? Here we go. I tried hard to fight it. No way can I deny it. Your love so sweet knocks me off. Here we go, take it up. I get so weak in the knees, I can hardly speak. I I lose all control and something takes over me. In a daze, I feel so amazing. It's not a phase. I want you to stay with me by my side. I swallow my pride. Your love is so sweet. It knocks me right off of my feet. You know I can't explain why your love, it makes me weak. Okay. See, they thought I was coming here to sing. It was really about y'all. It was really about y'all. I saw some of my friends upstairs. I was like, yes, hi, you're here, sit in the front. Sing with me, because I have music parties at my house and we just sing all night. That's what I love to do. I love it. I call them Taco Tuesdays. So, yeah, Taco Tuesday became a thing. It's like bigger than me. This Taco Tuesday's everything. So if you sing, find me, I sing, I will make you sing. That's how my whole life works. So let me see what else you guys know. What I got? Oh gosh. Bum bum ba bum bum ba bum bum ba bum bum ba bum bum ba. Hey, bring the beat in. One I love, you're the one I need, the only one I see. Come on, baby, it's you. You're the one that gives you your all. You're the one I can always call. When I need you, baby, everything stops. Finally, you put my... Okay, yeah, it keeps going. That song starts so high. What else are we going to sing together? Come on, let me see. I have ideas, but let me... Oh, shoot, Brandy, can we talk? Okay. Oh my gosh, can we talk? Who knows can we talk? Come on. Okay, we might have to do it. Last night I saw you. Help me out. Yeah. You knew me too. And just like a Roni, I was too shy. Come on. And I dreamed of you every night. Yes. Now next time you come on, I know just what to say. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Say, girl, I want to know your name. Okay. You get an A+ for that. I mean, I can't believe how many people know these songs from the 90s. I grew up, I'm kind of, from the old school. Oh, come on. Share my life, take me for what I am, 'cause I'll never change all my colors for you. Take my life, I'll never ask for too much, just all that you are and everything that you do. I don't really need to look very much further. I don't want to have to go where you don't follow. I won't hold it back. This passion inside can't run from myself. There's nowhere to hide. So don't make me close one more door. I don't want to hurt anymore. Stay in my arms if you dare. Must I imagine you there? Don't walk away from Don't make me close one more door. I don't wanna hurt anymore. Stay in my arms if you dare. Must I imagine you there? Don't walk away from me. Don't walk away from me. Help me out. Don't you dare walk away from me. I have nothing, nothing, nothing if I don't have you. Thank you very much, everybody. Woo! Standing up like it's church. Hallelujah, Jesus, I have nothing after. Woo, Lord have mercy. You feel the spirit, you feel the spirit. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't get me started. Okay. Have you ever? Sing it, just hit the chorus with me. Have you ever loved somebody so much it makes you cry? Have you ever needed something so bad you can't sleep at night? Have you ever tried to find the words but they don't come out right? Have you ever? Have you ever? Oh my gosh. Have you ever? Who wants to sing the solo? Come on. You do just about. Rishi, hand him the mic. Hand the mic. Rishi, hand him the mic. I need the verse right there. Just...
Have you ever been in love? Been in love so bad that you do anything to make them understand? Have you ever met someone steal your heart away? You'd give anything to Have you ever, oh wait a minute, and you don't know where to turn, and you don't know where to start. Have you ever, have you ever needed, have you ever tried? Have you ever, have you ever, have you ever loved somebody? Thank you, thank you.
You guys are everything. All right, I'm getting you guys ready to go do, we're gonna have another party after this. So, I wanna dance with Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Come on. Yeah, I wanna dance, stand up, body, with somebody who loves. Do it again. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat. with somebody who loves somebody who loves me. I gotta go. Somebody who to hold me in his arms. I need a man to take a chance on a love that's burned hot enough to last. So when the night falls, my lonely heart calls. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a wonderful evening. Ooh, yeah. Thank you guys so much. This was really, really fun. Thank you. Yes, of course, yes.
All right, I'm gonna just take a little seat right here. I mean, we all know the cliche of that's a hard act to follow, but damn, how about another round of applause? All right, I'm gonna be pretty brief, but before I get into my commentary, I wanna turn the camera around the right way. I got a lot to learn about the creator space. Yeah, oh. Does this seem right? All right, let's do it. I have no idea what 0.5 means. Here, come up here with me and do it.
Oh, you know what? What iPhone is this?
I don't know. Do not shame my iPhone, people.
You gotta do it backwards.
Okay.
Backwards. Yes. No, the other way. No. There you go.
Word. Okay.
Flip the camera.
Oh, that's what I was saying.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to put the mic down because I have to press the button. All right. This is the first Forbes Creator Upfronts in partnership with Walmart Creator. And next year, I will know how to do that. First, when I'm done, please join us for cocktails up on the 3rd floor. We were on 2 yesterday, 3rd floor today. Second, mad thanks to Walmart Creator, to TikTok, to Whaler Group, for being part of this, for believing in this idea enough to bring us all together. I mentioned yesterday that this is history, right? This is a milestone moment. I wanna just tell you a little bit about the room you've been in for the last day and a half. This was the original studio when CBS first opened a West Coast branch. In this same space that you're sitting in this same space, history has been made over and over again. Lucille Ball, by the way, a lot of you are gonna have to Google these names, write them down. Lucille Ball filmed in this space. Ed Sullivan filmed in this space. Burns and Allen filmed in this space. This space has written the story, has helped to write the story of entertainment and media and creativity. And you have all continued that tradition. You have all made history again. We won't make history again next year, right? But we're gonna do it again next year. And we are so grateful to all of you. And as I'm talking, there's a big thing happening on the Ellipse in DC, right? 75,000 people, slightly more than this room. So, know that what you do, speaking not just to the creators, but to the brands, to all of you, what you do touches people and lifts people and gives them a reason to feel good when the days are sometimes very hard to feel good in. So we thank you for what you do day in and day out. It matters so very, very much. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you.
This concludes the inaugural Forbes Creator Upfronts in partnership with Walmart Creator. A special thank you to our wonderful upfronters, creators, and marketers who joined us on stage. We hope you've enjoyed the program and will continue the celebration at the closing party upstairs. Have a wonderful evening.